Siatumie tu hapa. Hebu jaribu kama utatolea hapa tuone.
Nasema inaweza pia hii hapo. Audio.
baada tutakuja tena.
National anthem in the afternoon, because that's when the opening ceremony is, but we'll just do a prayer. So national anthem in the afternoon. In the afternoon, we'll do a prayer.
The entertainment from Latapaza Band, there's plenty of where that came from and that we can expect throughout the day as the conversations continue. We'll also have some fun. Much as we have a room full of scientists, I know you also have a good time and you know how to have a good time. And behind Nairobi, Kenya, we have some visitors from different countries on the continent, around the world, and we appreciate your presence here with us. I'd just like to call on those who haven't yet settled to please be encouraged to fill up our free over here so that we can give an easy time for those who are still joining us to settle in less disruptively at the back. So please, if you're at the tail back, at the tail end, please feel free to come and join us up front because we want to start this morning session. The opening ceremony, as has been communicated, will be kept for a bit later in the day when we have the Prime Cabinet Secretary, our guest of honor, joining us later on in the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, once more, my name is Mark Masai. I'll be the Master of Ceremony and host for the next 3 days, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's not the first time to be part of the program that is run by the Wildlife Research Training Institute, so it's a pleasure to be here, and it feels like family. So if I could have your attention, and we appreciate again the Latapaza Band as now they settle in and rest a bit before they come back. We want to take a roll call for all the countries represented here, and if I forget, you can just shout it out because we want to acknowledge all the delegates, some who flew in just last night. So I hope you don't have too much of jet lag, but we will make sure that the day is interesting for you and we will keep the momentum up. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first Wildlife Science Conference 2023 that is themed around use of wildlife science for enhanced biodiversity conservation and improved livelihoods. It's good if we start with a word of prayer. So I'd like to call on Bwana James Washira from the Wildlife Research Training Institute to lead us in a word of prayer and get started.
So we can bow down and pray together. Our dear Lord and Father, we thank you and we honor you holy in this day. We're grateful, Lord, oh Father, that you gathered us, oh God. Thank you too, oh Lord, for the life that you've given to us, oh God. And Father, as we start this conference, oh God, we pray for the guidance of God, the wisdom that comes from you, that each and every deliberation, oh Father, that comes forth, oh God, here, you shall guide, oh Father, you shall lead. We pray also, Lord, for the leadership that is gathered here today. May you give them wisdom, oh Father, as they lead us and guide us, oh Father, as a nation, oh Father. You grant us access, oh Father, into everything, oh God, that you desire of us. We thank you and we honor your holy name. In Jesus' name we pray.
Asante sana Bwana James Washira for kicking us off on a good note. And I don't know why people say scientists don't believe in God, so I appreciate the silence as we said a prayer there. We do, I believe many do that, and we're here to give direction on the way forward in many aspects. On the third day, there will be some commitments that will be made, and we'll all be here to witness that. So I'd like to call on someone as well to put things into context who is essentially our host today. And I'd like to call on Patrick Omondi. He is the director, the CEO of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute for opening remarks, and he'll call on the chairperson.
Thank you, Mark. The chair of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Dr. David Kadieni, the chair of the Kenya Wildlife Support Board of Trustees, Director General Kenya Wildlife Service is with us here, Dr. Rastas Kanga. We have the CEO of the National Research Fund, Mr. Gala, and the many CEOs that I'm seeing around, our invited presenters from across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Sorry for starting a bit late. It's our first day. The chair will explain why we had to start 1 hour late. But my name is Patrick Omondi. I'm the director and CEO of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. That together with many of you seated here, we've been able to bring together over 300 delegates to this first Wildlife Scientific Conference being held in Naivasha, Kenya. I think I feel really honored as the first CEO of a fairly new institute to bring this together. You know, wildlife conservation and Kenya is known globally that we do our things in a very coordinated way. We do our things based on science, and we have pulled out many successes when it comes to conservation of our biological resources. So bringing all of you together, particularly ecology scientists, managers, policy makers, for the next 2 days, and having been in this sector for the last 30 years, I know what it means. I don't want to say it now, because the chair will give us the program of the day and why we have started late. There will be time for speakers, when our chief guest will be here. We'll be running program. I know you already have the program of the day. The official opening ceremony program was not given in detail, and the chair will explain, and you can see why it was not given. And we are expecting representative of His Excellency the President to open this first wildlife scientific conference. For scientists and those who have worked in Kenya for many years, you know what that means, that there is a recognition of wildlife research, and the nexus between research and management and policy formulation will be happening today. I'll be explaining where the Wildlife Research and Training Institute is placed. We'll have an opportunity for the DG KWS also to speak later on, give some remark, to talk about the nexus of research and management. And I know we have representatives from county government who manages reserves and community conservancies in this room. And top ecologists, people that have worked on certain species for over 50 years. This is the day, and this is the week, so that we can listen to the latest technology to address the challenges that face the wildlife sector and our wildlife conservation in the country. So because we have wasted many minutes, I want to invite the chair of the KWS board, Dr. David Kabiangi, of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute board. I beg my pardon. There is no way I will stop thinking about KWS. That's where we grew. And sometimes we pretend we are out of it, but there is no way we can divorce. Dr. Kanga, it is always Kenya Wildlife Service. So the chair of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Dr. David Kabiangi. Sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mondi, who is the CEO of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I want to recognize the chairperson of Kenya Wildlife Service and the DG Kenya Wildlife Service. I have seen Lucy Waringi here, who is a chair of the Wildlife Trust Fund. Is a new kid on the block. And I know we have our colleagues from the national museums. We also have our colleagues from the Bomas of Kenya and other sister organizations and agencies from government that have faced no cause for alarm. We are doing fine. We will catch up and we will make up for the time that is lost. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you, those of you who have come from outside this country, Karibuni Sana Kenya, and those of you who have, and somebody I know has immersed himself in a lot of research over the years, among many others. And I want to say, as the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, we are so proud to be part of this team that is leading the research component in this country. Wildlife research, wildlife conservation, and wildlife supporting livelihoods and sustainability issues are big. They have never been bigger than now. We have a lot of challenges all over. We have population pressure. We have unplanned fragmentation. We have population pressure. We have development and roads crisscrossing and cutting all over, and railways and all that. The balance between conservation and wildlife, and development are very delicate. It calls upon all of us to actually do our best. And this time round, I'm very confident about the issues that have bedeviled the conservation circles for many years. I know, just like many of you know, capacity is suffering ourselves. It is up to us to do the talking. It's up to us to make sure that we put the message across. The message from the scientific community must be coherent, it must be clear, it must be simple. And then we will look at the nexus. How do we make sure that this information gets to the policymakers, and how do we, again, push it to be implemented on the ground? What is happening with the planning on the ground? What's happening with the corridors? What's happening with the carbon issue?
YouTube page, and that is mine. We would like to appreciate their presence and joining us for that. And they'll also be joining us for the opening ceremony later in the afternoon. So I'd like to call up and have the help of Latapaza Band. Or you could dance, or you could stand and shout, please. Just want to appreciate you. Thank you to those from Tanzania. We have representatives from Benin. Benin are in the house. Benin. Benin. You can just raise your hand. Don't feel intimidated by the Tanzanians who stood up with a lot of energy. Benin, that's all. I appreciate you. We also have Republic of Congo. Aha. Karibu. DRC. Tukoaupia, DRC. Yes, and then we have Uganda, Sebos, and I believe that's I love you, but you know, that's really just appreciate. Karibuni to this Congress and conference. We also have South Africa. Yes. Karibu. Back. Karibu. You'll give me the secret of how you're dealing with the jet lag. Karibu sana. I hear some people landed last night. We have representation from the United Kingdom. Yes, I see you over there. Karibu and Germany. I don't think they saw you, sir. Please stand up. Appreciate Germany represented. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
It's also for the world. And this took Kenya off into beginning the development of policies that focus on conservation. So I want to take us through some journeys of how conservation science over time has changed thematically, but also how conservation practice has changed over time. Conservation science started with people just focusing on understanding the rare species and the ecological communities in which they live. Moved on to landscape ecology, realizing that even though you can understand this vast knowledge over probably 1 or 2 decades, and trying to evolve new practices that are helping us apply the knowledge we have for better action on the ground, new approaches, and indeed new policies. And in Kenya we have seen that coming from a system that had mainly parks as the main area of protection, but the policies have evolved to accommodate the changing practice. And this is our changing practice over time. That we started with creating state protected areas, at least the colonial governments created national parks as entities that were controlled by state, designated areas for wildlife, but without people. And then we moved further, understanding how they exist and in providing what they need to exist. As umbrella species, we were also providing for others. Then we moved on to community involvement because these parks, even as they were defined, were not adequate to protect everything we wanted to protect. And so the need to involve communities emerged, and communities were then engaged as extension work beyond parks. Outside parks, there was as rich biodiversity, if not more, than inside parks. And those of you from Kenya know that in our own country, over 70% of our richest, or over most of our biodiversity or wildlife is actually outside protected areas and reserves. And now we have come into a space that we're calling community-led initiatives, where we are empowering the voice of community. We are giving them agency and equity and enabling them to be on the table to make the decisions, not just for their livelihoods economically, but also for conservation. And I do hope that in this conference we have a good representation also of these communities that have now become the front lead of the conservation work. But with all those good initiatives, we're still not winning the war. We have great extinction happening. And if you read the IPBES reports, you look at charts like this that show you across different taxa what the status is in terms of threatened or secure or at risk or even extinct. And even though we have quite a number that are not our species of least concern or are just near threatened, we have significant numbers that are vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered, and in some cases extinct. And then we look at other data that's coming from Frontiers in Conservation that looks at different types of systems and how well those habitats and ecosystems are protected. And this is more alarming because if you look at this graph, the red indicates the percentage in the category that has been damaged, affected. So whether it's the Earth's surface or the oceans or the coral, unaffected. So as we think about how conservation science and practice needs to sustain and inform policy, we're doing this in this context where the world is facing huge biodiversity loss and also the vagaries of climate. But conservation science actually acts as the bridge that brings the knowledge of what we're pulling together, connects and should connect with the aspirations of the local people, the interests that they have for their landscapes, and then inform the relevant policies that we need to develop. Because effective policies are going to be only those that not only preserve biodiversity, but are also improving livelihoods of people and are also harmonized across sectors. And in those areas must be the next things we need to focus on. We have data that's coming from institutions that are represented here, Kenya Wildlife Service, WRTI, the Department for Remote Sensing and Resource Service, DRSRS, and this is a lot of work that's been compiled from a while back, but this particular one is charts from the latest work done by WRTI, and it shows you our distribution of wildlife from their report across different species. But you also look at that distribution across different places, and you find that most of our wildlife is accounted for by about 10 or so counties, no more than 12. And so even though it's a vast wildlife asset, it's relevant for nation, it's critical for global biodiversity, it's only in a few places that we still have the ability to include and expand the wildlife numbers. We are in a context where we also have declining species. This is work done with data from DRSRS years back by Ogutu, who is here, Dr. Ogutu and Dr. Said, and they analyzed each species and its trend across all counties in Kenya. And the red represents where that species has declined 99.7%, so pretty much bust in that area. Green represents where that species has increased, and the yellow and orange are moderate. We have significant areas where significant species are in decline and almost totally gone. Is this an opportunity for us to repopulate some of those areas? How can we use the science we know of the suitable habitats, of the projected climate of which areas will be suitable for which species will be suitable for which habitats and for which wildlife, so that we can begin to repopulate, rewild, and restore what we have lost. In that, though, is the context that space is declining. I apologize that map is stretched a bit disproportionately, but just for visibility, the dark green is the protected areas. The lighter green is conservancies. And in Kenya, the movement of conservancies, which is communities setting aside their areas voluntarily for conservation, has grown. And it's currently over 160 registered conservancies in this country. And that has increased the space. But why we still call it declining space is that where you see the hashed green and where you see the arrows are the areas that wildlife needs to move. This is taken from the Wildlife Corridors dispersal area work. There's still much space needed for the species to thrive and to be sustained that's outside these protected areas. How can the knowledge we're bringing together help us secure these corridors and dispersal areas? How can we secure open space that maintains the processes that sustain this natural biodiversity and also supports local livelihoods in a symbiotic way. That the spaces wildlife thrives should also be the places people, pastoralists, and livestock can coexist. But look at the opportunities then we have to give us motivation. It gets a bit discouraging when we look at the losses. But here is a slide that for me encourages me on the motivation of what we have in Africa that we can still tap into. Looking at just freshwater systems, this is an estimate done by IBES on the potential economic value of each of these systems. If you look just at East Africa, you have your mangroves, and their protection has economic value of over $5,000 per year. The fishery can have additional value of 1.2 billion per year. The same, and you can go on and on. Prevention of erosion, carbon sequestration, food production. We yet have, despite the declines, a lot of opportunity to figure out how can we harness the potential that Africa has sustainably. And the information we have can help us unpack those opportunities. But herein is our challenge, that we've had data, we've had information, we've had great science done, we still have biodiversity and wildlife loss, but our policies most times, even though well written, are not connecting with translating to the right action on the ground. And there have been numerous studies that have looked at why the conservation science policy interface is not resulting in a true. But I think we're very delighted that in the current government, we've been very excited to see the positive interest in the political class, especially from the head of state, on the conservation agenda. This is a rare occurrence in my lifetime, and I think it's an opportunity we need to grab and make the most of. Another barrier is poor engagement between scientists and decision makers. Sometimes what we're saying is too complex, doesn't make sense to them, and that they don't see how it relates with the various interests that other people have. And thirdly, that sometimes conservation problems are complex and uncertain. And because of that uncertainty, there isn't enough effort to really put in the investment required. But we stand at a good place. If we look at Kenya, we have a wealth of data, a wealth of information. We have atlases, we have strategies to go through a few components of highlights that will help us see how we straddle, moving from the great science we have, the very commendable business case of expertise and practice on the ground, to policies that will really have an impact on the ground. Harvey Brooks identifies the relationship between conservation science and policy. He says that science for policy refers to the use of knowledge to facilitate improved decision making. That's what we all want. But policy for science refers to decision making about how to fund or structure the systematic pursuit of knowledge. And for me, the creation of WRTI was exactly that. That we were then using a policy to give us a structure to now pursue this knowledge in a systematic, targeted, intentional way. We have great goals that have been highlighted in different fora. There was the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which states that 2050, this is global vision, biodiversity is valued, conserved, restored, and wisely used, maintaining ecosystem services, sustaining a healthy planet, and delivering benefits essential for all people. The aspirations are all there, that this wildlife, this flora and fauna should be used wisely, ecosystem services should be maintained, restored, and that the planet should be able to deliver sustainable benefits to all people. And that's the question of how do we do that? And think through that as we go through the sessions in these next 3 days, to see how the aspirations reflected in these two goals, the goals in the respective countries we come from for nature, are actually met through the knowledge we are producing and communicating. So I have 10 key points, and I will not speak to all of them. I'll just highlight the title. I will not go into the details of each. But for conservation science to support a harmonized policy engagement, we need data and evidence decision making. I think that cannot be overstated, that our science we generate must inform decisions. How well are we producing policy briefs that are informing decisions where we work? We need to identify priorities. The thing with science is that we find out so much that excites us so much that we want to get everything done. But we can't do all things everywhere. We must be able to say, what are the priorities that are going to be transformative? We must assess impact. It's great to do science and research. Are we assessing the impact of the outcomes that we are producing in relation to how they're being applied on the ground? We must be able to measure success and celebrate success. It's easy to also be heavy laden by what's not working, by the losses, but we have had success. We have had more space under protection. Kenya now stands at almost over 17%. Actually, if you add conservancies, we've hit the 19%, close to 20% of terrestrial land under conservation. Not doing so well on the marine, but there are successes. Let's celebrate those as we measure them. Set conservation goals. What goal do we want? We say we want more space for species. How much space? We want more diversity. Which species are in decline, and how many more of those do we want in our systems? We need to engage stakeholders, and that's critical across sectors. We are really good at engaging with ourselves. It's sometimes not so good when we have competing interests or competing publications we want to get out before the next person. But we must engage, not just with ourselves, but also with those who are not in this room. The engineers who are building the roads, the energy people who are putting the power lines, the water people who are putting out dams or providing water outlets, the housing people who are putting up accommodation. We must engage all those sectors. The finance people who are deciding the priorities for the country. And we need international collaboration. The wildlife we have does not exist just for us as a country, but for global use. It's a global common good. And that's why there's bigger push in the years you have seen to commitments at the global level. There are challenges in those being domesticated downwards, but there's a realization that what matters globally must be represented locally. Advocacy and communication. We need to act as advocates for this complex, scientific, interwoven web of life. We need to be able to use language that is accessible and understandable to those policymakers we're trying to reach. So that our advocacy is not a science advocacy, but it's an advocacy that's meeting the goals of the aspirations we just looked at. And then policy innovation. We sometimes get stuck in how our policy was done and think, as it was in the beginning, so it is now and forever shall be. We must be willing to innovate. And I think COVID showed us that innovation is possible beyond our wildest imagination. Can we be willing to innovate the policies we have and be willing to shift from what we've always done, if it's not really producing the results we want, and come up with new ways and new policies that will deliver results? And finally, public awareness and support. This sector we work in isn't as big as it should be in the public space. People don't understand, and what they don't understand, they don't care about. And what they don't care about, they will not protect. So if we want to have attitude change and behavior change, we've got to invest in public awareness so that we garner support from all sectors. So as I come to a close, conservation science really provides us a good foundation for a robust foundation for knowledge, evidence, and expertise. But we must then harness those around what I call the 4 C's. Collaboration with each other and outside of our sector, communication for the right awareness across all disciplines, better coordination so that the great resources being put into this work are not decimated because of our fragmented approach. We talk about fragmented landscapes. Many times we are also fragmented in our approach. We need to coordinate better. And finally, connections. Building the connections that will bring the transformative change. Is the transformative change needed in how conservation is financed? What connections are we building with various financing mechanisms that can support this work? And in doing those 4, I believe we'll be able to really start looking at finding a harmonized policy framework. But in conclusion, I must say I really love the tagline of WRTI, of Discover Beyond. It's a very inspiring tagline. Wouldn't you agree? It's like beyond what we know, let's know more. And today I challenge us to also influence beyond our bubble, beyond ourselves. Let's think about how all the wealth of knowledge we'll be carrying out of this place after 3 days can influence beyond those who are in this place. And one key way will be to continue investing in research, conservation research, in scientific expertise, promoting local action that improves livelihoods, and advocating for appropriate policies. Thank you.
So, the sound has improved somewhat. If you were listening in and you probably had a question or two, please, this is an opportunity. I'll bring a mic to you, and you can ask the question based on who you represent or your background, your specialty. I'll bring it to you. I'll bring the mic to you. Is there a question? Yes, I'll bring the mic to you, and you can pop up your hand. We'll bring a mic to you as well to be on standby. I see one gentleman here. You say your name, the country you're from, the institution you represent, and your question.
Thank you. My name is Mahano Rudolph, representing Kenya, Nature Kenya. Policymakers don't read research papers. How can scientists participate in decision making? I think that could help to ensure that also what scientists do are then captured. So I think that is an observation.
Thank you. You can I'd like to keep it open still for anyone who has a question, an observation. Yes, say your name and who you represent in your question.
Okay, my name is Betty Ono. I'm a student, and I'd like to ask you a question in regards to the decision makers you just talked about. The decision makers not only affects the political class and the policy makers. We also have decision makers at the lowest level. That's our parents, our guardians, and those who own land and everybody else. Now, we need to acknowledge that media plays a big role, and Mark is here, he can say, if Mark doesn't understand what the scientists say, he will misinterpret. IPBES just released the invasive alien species, and I'm glad I was part of it. And this morning we just realized there is a media house that did not read the SPM, and they reported their own things. So it's time that scientists looked at the other part of the coin, where we say, if my work is out, and someone else takes the work and misinterpret what you're saying, the counter effect will be much more greater than what you are looking to have an impact on.
Connections. We need to take the initiative to connect outwards. I think we do great connecting inwards. We connect outwards when we are upset, but we need to connect outwards when we can dialogue. Thank you for that comment.
Hello, my name is Julius K. I'm the Director of Research from the Tanzania Wildlife Research Institute. I've been coordinating wildlife research for so many years, and talking to policymakers, they have this big complaint that researchers are not disseminating research findings to them. If you talk to researchers, they are saying that management authorities or policymakers are not using the research information which they are giving to them. So I just wanted probably to hear from you who is to blame and what can we do, because everyone is complaining that we are not receiving your research results. Researchers are saying that, even if we give the research results, they are not using it. Do you have some data, probably, to what extent researchers have disseminated research information? And do you have data to what extent policymakers and the management authorities are using the research results? Thank you.
They say communication is achieved when the person you're sending to receives the message in the way intended to receive it. So when we publish in journals, yes, we have disseminated, but the policymakers, because they don't read journals, we have not disseminated in a manner that they can consume. So on one hand, we are to blame because our dissemination framework is very narrow. We need to not exhale a sigh of relief when the paper is out. We need to know when the publication is out, that's when the work begins, to make sure that information gets to other people in a different format. It's likely to be a policy brief. It can be hosting a high level of breakfast and briefing them on the things that you did. It's going to take us to go an extra step for that dissemination, to really be dissemination that has the impact to what. I have long now understood by sitting in some of those policy tables, they will not read policy research papers, and in most times they don't know where those policy papers are. If I take you to this slide, even the Kenyans in this room will tell me, I would like to know by show of hands, how many of you have all these 4 reports? There are 5. Nobody spoke about one, very dangerous. Okay, it's one person, thank you. Now how many of you know of these reports? At least a good part of the room, but not even half. So you see our problem? These are great reports. They are on different websites, in different places, by different people. We have a problem in how we disseminate. We are not putting our information in a collective space, simplified enough that people can find. And I know that's one of the missions of WRTI, to be able to harness this information and have it in one place. But we must go beyond, not just discover beyond, we also need to go beyond in our communication. Having data in one place doesn't also mean, to your question, that it has spoken to the policymakers. That space of policymakers is not this. It's going to be briefs, it's going to be breakfast, it's going to be one-on-one meetings in their offices, it's going to be you taking them to the field to see what you do. Now, let's ask the reverse question. The policymakers, to what extent do they use research findings? You know what my experience has been? To the extent that people have done the latter, which is go out of their way to find the supplementary, let's call it the supplementary dissemination approach. They have used this report. If you look at the Wildlife Corridors report. That's what the president has now put in his directive that needs to be implemented. It's 10 years later. This report was in 2012 and 2023, but what did it take? People sitting in a room to explain the danger of these dispersal areas getting fragmented. Not giving him the report, not sending it to our website. So we've got that where we have done that, action has been taken. That has been my experience. So we need to get out of our comfort zone and start thinking about these other measures of engaging with policymakers. Thank you.
There's a question here and then at the back.
Thank you. Lucy Vine, IUCN African Elephant and Rhino Specialist Group. I do research for those. And can we have a fifth C, which possibly could be cooperation, so that scientists and NGOs could actually work with one another to produce their results in one platform so that it isn't all dispersed and we all know what one another are doing and where we are putting our energies and our expertise. I feel there's a gap in cooperation between these different groups.
I'm happy to add that. So you say collective cooperating for common outcomes, right?
At the back.
Yeah, so Lucy, University of Manchester, maybe just a contribution to the policy communication. Just wondering, just leveraging from the livestock sector that have been able to put a number of policies. How is our involvement on with policy experts when it comes to formulation of our research such that they are able to help us come up with results, policy-based evidence and research output? Thank you.
So if I can correct you, you're asking our working with policy experts, is that what you asked?
Yeah, for sure. The engagement in our research formulations as well as helping them design policy-based results that can be used for policies. Thank you.
Again, that's a good question. How do we engage policymakers to help us design policy-based research? So formulate a research that has an intended policy outcome. I haven't seen that much, but I think that would be a great way to begin to move forward, where we don't just do our pet research and ask policymakers to use it. In some cases, we need to go design the research formulation to address policy gaps. I think I was taking that as a really useful recommendation.
All right, thank you for that. It's a really good segue into the breakout sessions. And let's give a hand to Madam Lucy Warenge for that presentation. Asante Sana. And definitely now you know why she was qualified as a keynote speaker, given very good context of where we are and the status quo. I'd like to call on Bona Director Patrick Omondi to make some remarks and give a bit of a reaction to, I believe, the questions that have come up. And this is going to be the segue into the breakout sessions. Kiboko Hall is one of them. Then we have the two-way hall, which is the glass structure with a bit of a tent, the white tent on top, and next to it is Acacia Hall. So they're each themed, and you will have the choice to go either one, not either one, any one of the three, because this is one of the rooms, so don't feel like you have to sit here. You can move to the other breakout rooms where you have interest given the sub-topic or sub-issue that is going to be discussed. Bona Patrick.
Thank you, Mark. And again, give a round of applause. Service has been the service in the wildlife sector, and it's been the only state corporation in the sector until 2 years ago, when the minister that was responsible for tourism and wildlife operationalized the establishment of the institute. And all the reasons that it was established is what Lucy have highlighted. That we have a lot of scientific information scattered everywhere with individual in peer-reviewed journals. We continue to research. We are mapping corridors. We are tracking animals. These corridors disappear because we publish them, but we don't establish the nexus between the scientists, because we will clap, yeah. It is in the Journal of Applied Ecology, finally, and Professor Ogutu will celebrate our co-author, and we are happy and it ends there. So we'll continue doing that, and it is fulfilling for scientists. And I think the government came to the realization that we can research corridors until they get extinct. You can research rhinos until the northern white rhinos go extinct. So let's reflect. We need the nexus between research, management, and policy. And for this theme, we have included livelihood. So we have been established as a state research corporation with the focus, and one of the key legal mandates is to bring the information, particular research information, together and be able, as a government institution, to get an avenue to share with policymakers and share with managers of national parks, national reserves, and community conservancies. So we are mandated under Section 60 of the Act to establish a national wildlife data portal. And in the same Act, we are being asked that as a researcher doing research in the country, you have researched giraffes, you know where they range, you have mapped the corridor. Please share this information. At the end of the 3 days, be free and get, we have a national resource database scientist at WR's work is just to collect this. We'll never publish it because researchers now fear if I share, somebody else is going to use what I have. Our main focus is to make the difference that Lucy has talked about. We are working on a data sharing protocol. We'll agree. You will agree how we share this. But don't we all agree that we have to make a difference? We have to communicate our research findings. Let us not talk to ourselves. Let us, at the end of 3 days, as a way forward, how we are going to influence policy and management and reverse the decline, the biodiversity loss decline in the country. So we mean good. This is the beginning. We'll be having this after every 2 years. Just in case I don't have an opportunity to say this, I have gotten this opportunity to pass it. We mean well. I've reached out to many of you, even as we look at the impact of drought. Can you give us data you have? Sometimes people have difficulties. And you have seen why it is important to share your scientific finding. If we don't do that, the next thing will not have nothing to research on. So one of the things I'm calling upon all of us as we break away to the 3 groups, to the thematic areas, think through how we can make an impact and reverse the ongoing global biodiversity loss across the wildlife range globally, not only in Kenya, but globally. So we are going to break into groups. This will be a breakaway room. We are not going to change the setup because we'll use this for the official opening. Then we have 2 others. They are close. You will choose because you all have the program. We are not going to choose where you go. but we want to encourage also, because we have presenters for each group. They are all properly selected. Let us crisscross the groups. And I believe we have also a technology that you can know what is going on where. Stephen Karanja and Jack Wall, is that technology working? That we can follow what is going in each group?
The app is Event Mobi.
Is it working?
I believe at the point of registration and an email was sent with simple to follow instructions, Event Mobi.
But now we'll break away. As soon as the chair got information on the official opening ceremony, we'll walk into each group and we'll pass the exact timing and the arrangement with the lunch in each of the sessions as they go forward. So thank you very much. And we can now break.
Yes, and just also on the Event Mobi app, there are QR codes that you can scan at the entrance just to get that.
We switch the mics here, and to give context to the breakaway sessions that we have right here at Kiboko Hall, where we are, and then there is a two-way hall, called that because it has two entrances. Two-way hall, which is a glass structure with a white tent on top, just to give you some cover. And then next to it, right at the back, and we have ushers who will guide you, is Acacia Hall. And for each of these breakout sessions, it is themed. So for Kiboko, we have changes in wildlife population trends and dynamics as the sub-theme. The moderator is Bernard Ngoru. And for the two-way hall, initiatives towards wildlife habitat restoration and connectivity. That is by Dr. Fred Omengo, the moderator for that session. And then for the Acacia Hall, we have the sub-theme as approaches to enhance human-wildlife coexistence in human-dominated landscapes by Dr. Festus Iwagi. And they will also have separate responsibilities and presenters for those sub-themes. So I'd like to invite you as well, and also just to give you a heads up, which is something I should have said at the very top, apologies for that. The ladies and the gents is on the right to this hall. There's ladies and the gents. You can just go and respond to the call of nature when and if. And so I'd like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, as the sub-theme, and as you are interested, please just go to the various breakaway rooms.
What's
uploaded their presentation for the next one.
Not most of them. I only have like 4 or 5. And God will not
Check.
Oh, kumbe unajua password.
Uko live. Kwa shwari.
Mark. Shika patia hii. Patia hii ndio. Yes. Tunataka ku twist sound. Just talk when you see.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
It's okay.
I was actually using this to see what I was using. No, I was using this for Q&A, so instead, which is better.
You see now, spoke, the first time you spoke, we couldn't hear you.
Exactly,
Then when
because
you
it was
changed,
the mum.
so which one is the better one?
What? The one here. Their sound is better. Because this one.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Check. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2.
Deal na huyu time hiyo ya
Just simple transfer.
See the instruction I had was go straight into the breakaway because if you break with capacity
They continue.
Jumbo from Avian.
Jumbo.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Avian.
Check 1, 2. Sounding much better. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe many of you would want to be in this breakout session. If you look right outside this main Kiboko hall, to the left, on the grass, there's a setup there for getting some tea and refreshments. So I'd like to invite you to also get your serving. And if you are staying here for this session, you can come back, or you can also head on to the two-way hall breakaway session or Acacia. So if you can hear me, karibuni, welcome to some tea and refreshments. It's right outside this Kiboko hall on the left at the lawn where there's a setup, there's a tent set up by the team here at the Lake Naivasha Resort. They're waiting to serve you. So please feel free to get your helping of chai, mandazi, refreshments, usiogope, iko hapo kwa sababu yako. So karibuni, 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 so that we can start the next session. I'd like to encourage us to get some refreshments as well. Yeah, right outside there. Karibuni, karibuni. And then, are you staying on for this? Yes, and then you can reconvene. You can come with your tea and enjoy here. Yeah.
So we do that to all the halls.
Yes.
That should tell them maximum.
Yeah.
You're in an intense session. Just go serve them. You would like some tea, some refreshments right outside there?
Nitaenda
tunangoja kwanza wakirudi. Umeambiwa Nairobi ni kubaya. Umeambiwa Nairobi ni kubaya, lazima ukuje. Tuko safe. Hii hapa karibu. Upande huu. Pita tu teremka kidogo. Kwa hiti. Unakaa kuna yeye. Unakaa kuna yeye. Unakaa sehemu moja. Kama Airbnb hapa hotel. It's using air from guest. I understand why you have to keep it.
Hivi watu ni wengi kwa sasa.
Kweli. Tunamwelekea la. Asante.
Nataka unitafutie
yapo. Kweli ya elimu. Iko kwa elimu. Hadi
naondoka Friday. Conference kaisha.
Unajua kuna sehemu mbalimbali ambazo ni mazoezi. Asante. Sawa sawa. Ya Kenya.
Ya Kenya
na yenu pia
DRC.
Ya DRC labda itachukua muda atengeneze, lakini itauliza.
Wakitia Kenya wala
wakiweka nusu nusu.
Wanatia DRC Kenya.
Combine. Oh, ile EAC.
Yes.
Sawa. Kuna watu hapa area wanafanya.
I have been a fan of you since you started. I look from being a crush to now being a fan of the work you've been doing here and where you've transitioned to. So keep I'm Jenny. Yes, different projects but under the same team. Thank you.
Enjoy tea.
Maybe for the
definitely. I'm here till Thursday. Sawa. Asante.
Hello. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. We would like to start.
The slides, should they come with a flashlight?
Yes, you can bring your
Flashlight. Now or later?
You are in which session?
Yeah, so I have a colleague now in this session.
This session?
Yeah.
Bring that.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you, thank you.
We proceed. Utu. Right there. Gentlemen, let's settle down. Please, would like to start.
What does that mean? It's okay. Oh, anaweza endelea.
No. Anaendelea. Pale
Haita interfere.
No.
No, you see, I'm saying this, you have critical mass. You see people are walking, they're going to their session. This is your session. I would say just a start. It's called people. Telling the other moderators. Okay, watu watawapata
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for reconvening at Kiboko Hall. I believe these are the ones who are keen on the sub-theme of changes in wildlife population trends and dynamics. That is moderated by the gentleman on stage, Bernard Ngoro. He's eager to start. I believe people have assumed the positions that they had earlier, which is understandable. So please settle in, and we start the session very soon, and we'll be having a Q&A at the end as well. So just jot down your questions, contribution, and we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions. So if you know of anyone who's still probably enjoying a cup of tea or a cup of coffee and they were keen on this session, please text them, call them, just to ensure that they don't miss out, because we want to start in the interest of time. The other halls have also filled up, and they're starting as soon as they have the quorum that they're comfortable with. So Bwana Bernard will start in the next few minutes, so let's settle in tafadhali. Kwa wale ambao wanataka kuwa hapa Kiboko, just to give context for the other sub-theme that is at two-way hall, that's next there, the white tent glass structure by Dr. Fred Omengo, the sub-theme being initiatives towards wildlife habitat restoration and connectivity. And then after that, which is at Acacia, just next next to that two-way hall, we have the sub-theme address there, which is approaches to enhance human-wildlife coexistence in human-dominated landscapes by Dr. Festus Iwagi. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give the attention to Bernard Bernard as he starts his session.
Thank you, Mark Hussein. I wish to welcome you to this session. We will be talking about wildlife population trends and dynamics. And in this session, we have 10 presentations. So we have quite some work to cover. And the keynote speaker for this session is Professor Joseph Ogutu. Professor Joseph Ogutu is from the University of Rhino in Stuttgart, in Germany. Professor has been in wildlife research for many years, and he's a researcher statistician. He's a modeler. He has been modeling on wildlife populations, especially the medium and large herbivores. He has also been a postdoctoral fellow in different institutions across the globe, and is well known in this area of wildlife populations and dynamics. He has been focusing in Masai Mara. And in Mara, he has done a lot of work, published a lot of papers. He has also done some work in Nakuru, Nairobi, and also in the suburbs, and he's still on it. So, Professor is quite knowledgeable and competent in the area of wildlife populations. We have been referring to his work a lot. And I will call upon him to come and give us the keynote speech in this particular paper. Welcome, Prof. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody, and welcome back to this session on wildlife population dynamics and trends, which is going to focus exclusively on Kenya. That's what I was asked to talk about. I would have made it wider, but I believe it will be relevant for this particular context here. I would like to acknowledge the contribution of several colleagues to the work that we have been doing that has contributed some of the material I would like to discuss here. I've listed them here. Mohammed Saeed, I think, will be here tomorrow, and several colleagues from the DRS-RS, whose data forms the backbone, actually, of what I want to talk about here. So looking at this talk, the idea that came to my mind is that maybe it is almost fair to say that nothing can actually be known about wildlife population dynamics and trends in Kenya except in the light of understanding population losses. We have been losing a lot of our population. So we need to do two things. One is to understand the pattern of those losses, where they're occurring, which species are involved. And then the second thing is to try to explain what are the major forces or drivers that are behind these losses in the numbers of wildlife and in their habitats or range of distribution. So I'm going to give you an outline of this talk. So the first is going to paint a picture of the patterns of the abundance and distribution of wildlife in Kenya. And this talk is going to start in the period before 1885. We're going to see briefly how wildlife were doing in Kenya at that time, and then we're going to see that since that time, wildlife actually has been on a downward trend, both in terms of numbers and in geographical distribution. Whether or not that trend can be reversed is a question that we hope to look into. And then we're going to attempt to explain those trends. Now, there are so many processes, mechanisms, and factors involved, it won't be possible to touch on just most of them. I will only give you a few examples to illustrate. But we have been working on these issues for a long time, and in particular, we have been using data from the Directorate of Resource Surveys and Remote Sensing, and we started working in earnest on these topics around 2013. So we have a lot of information, and in 20 minutes, I can only give you just a scratch on the surface. So examples I will give will touch on human population growth and expansion in Kenya, and starting from around 1962, because we know earlier than that, there was a guesstimate of population size in Kenya around 1897. 1897, there were about only 2.5 million people in this country. That was a very small number. Yeah, and then I'm going to look at habitat fragmentation. Just one example, the livestock population growth and expansion in their range, and then climate change and the widening variability of climate, and then policy, institutions, and markets, all of which have failed in Kenya, and what can be done about it. So before 1885, the stories you see, which I've gleaned from reading lots of reports. I've gone back to reports from the Game Department, which was established in 1901 up to 1976, I'll show you that. And other sources, they say that the numbers of Kongoni, for example, in Kenya must have been beyond count. This is some statement attributed to Blaney Percival, who was the first game ranger in Kenya. He started his work in 1901. He was initially a tax collector. He was talking to Edmund Loder, who told him that he saw the bison in American prairies at the time when they were most abundant at that time, and that the numbers that were in East Africa of Kongoni, the Cox hartebeest, the Jackson's hartebeest, the Nakuru hartebeest, the Kenya hartebeest, most of which are extinct now, were very numerous at the time. Also, the reports indicate that on the Athi Kapiti plains, wildlife there was so abundant that it is believed that they were unrivaled by any other concentration of wildlife anywhere else in the world. They're saying that people were shooting them at that time, that the bullets, the guns became too hot that they had to stop, but they could not finish them. There were just so many. The migrations of wild beasts went from Nairobi all the way to Amboseli and Lake Natron, and then up to River Tana, all that place, and then Ruiru and Thika. That place was having a big migration of wild beasts and zebra. It was very wide. And then here, in Naivasha, Elementaita, and Nakuru had the largest concentration of Thompson's and Grand gazelles. They were so numerous that the color of the ground was altered. And there was a migration going from here to the north of these gazelles as well as of zebra. That migration, which was one of the biggest in East Africa, collapsed in 1920s because of overhunting by farmers who then established base here. Now, when we go next, we look at this map. I'm sorry, this screen is stretching these maps. I think this kind of needs to be made taller than this. So this is a map of Kenya showing the distribution of elephants, which I'm just using as an example because of time. You can see that before 1885, elephants were nearly everywhere in Kenya. The blue dots indicate where elephants had vanished by 1885. So there are places where they've been eliminated. And you can see in the middle here is the place where there is the highest concentration of human population density in Kenya. Sorry. I don't know why it can't work. Yeah, and then by 1962, the red dots, some places had lost the elephants. And we have this map for most of the other large herbivores and even carnivores in this country. This is based on a digitization of the work of Stewart and Stewart 1963. And then we shall see, all this time, the DSRS was established much later in 1977 to do regular monitoring of wildlife throughout the rangelands of Kenya. And now we begin to look at the trends and distribution, having understood what things were at the time. And then the monitoring was being done by DSRS, KWS has done some, WRTI is also doing some. So we have data from 1977 to 2022. But for the other period, we have data going back to 1901 of the hunting returns by the game department. We've collected all of them. Now, when you see the elephant here in the 1970s, you can see that we've lost most of the range of the elephants, and we've also lost a large abundance of the elephants. So even though now we are talking about policy, you're talking about conservation, the certainty is we have lost most of our wildlife, and it is unlikely that we'll ever regain them. So you can see that most of them now, the green dots are, the green polygons are where the parks and reserves are in Kenya. They only cover 8% of the land surface of the country, which is really small. So most of the other areas become empty. This is also holding true for most of the other species. This is now the data of the DSRS based on 1977 to 1979. Now, when you skip the 80s, 90s, 2000 up to 2010, which is the data up to last year, including the data from WRTI, you can see that the elephants are being increasingly confined to within limits of the protected area. You see the Mara there, you see Sabo, you see some places like Laikipia, Samburu. Most places are actually getting empty. So a major problem in the management of wildlife in this country is the loss of the range. We are losing the space for wildlife for a variety of reasons. And that should be a reason for serious concern. You can see the area which is actually gray there. That is the area of a high human population concentration, where we have Nairobi and so on. There is really nothing. So even the monitoring is not being done in that area. And if you look at the changes in numbers of elephants in the different counties of Kenya, you can see the green areas where they have increased. Most of the red areas have lost like 100% to 96%, and this is typical of most species. We have done analysis by county, so we are really losing them. And this is a figure that was published, I think, in 2016, showing that the elephant example was just an illustrative example. We are losing all the other species. And if you see, the only thing that is increasing in Kenya is sheep and goats, donkeys, and camels. Even cattle are going down by 25% over this period. You can see here, only this, sorry. Only this side here, the ones which are increasing, only livestock are increasing. All the wildlife species are going down. And by 2016, based on the monitoring data from 1977, we had lost nearly 70% of our wildlife. There's no evidence that this trend has changed. We are updating these patterns in the next week or so. We will have this graph updated to last year. So what can explain this? I mean, there's a lot that one could go into, but because time is not there, let's just look at a few examples of what could explain this, these losses. I looked at all the records. There's a long list prepared by the game department. I mean, if you look at all the annual reports they produced from 1901 to 1976, and I've gone through all of them. Then it was succeeded in 1977 by the Wildlife Conservation and Management Department, WCMD, they also produce annual reports. But apparently, since the time the KWS was established, this production of annual reports seems to have stopped. They produce annual reports, but they're mostly about accounts and communication and other stuff, but not about wildlife as such. You can see in this that most of what these departments were doing was just shooting wildlife. Shooting, hunting, eliminating vermin, poisoning, traps. They were just devising methods of killing wildlife. I think the one thing that the game department did most was just to kill wildlife. In some areas, like in 1924, they were saying in Eldoret, that area, they sent scouts with over 20,000 bullets in 1 week just to eliminate the wildlife in that area. There was massive shooting across the board. There was hunting also by indigenous methods. The farmers were given a free hand to eliminate wildlife on their farms, like here in Nakuru, or to kill a limited number of them. And there are also things like diseases. I think the most noteworthy one was the rinderpest. This rinderpest of 1890 killed like 95% of the Serengeti Mara wild beasts, that the migration collapsed. And it was not until around 1968 that the migration began again to cross into Kenya in substantial numbers. So a lot of things are involved there. So the other thing, of course, is human numbers. We say that in 1897, a guesstimate put the number of people in Kenya at around 2.5 million. By 1962, Kenya had around 8.1 million people. And by 2019, the National Population Census put the numbers about 47.5 million, and that is an increase of over 500%. Now maybe it's about 50 million people. The projections into the future, based on population projection models, are indicating that by 2050, we expect to have about 95.5 million Kenyans, or thereabout. And by 2100, if this trend continues, we will have about 157 million people. About every 20 years, 15 to 20 years, the Kenyan population is doubling. Most of the young people are already born, so we expect them to grow up and have children, so it will be some time before we can slow the process down. But how much space then will be left for wildlife by that time? Now, if you look at this map of Kenya, it shows the high potential areas. The green areas is where there's a high potential for agriculture. It's only about 12% of the country. There's about 5% of medium potential. Most of the country just semi-arid and arid, so there's very limited possibility there. And that is where most of the wildlife is found and where the DSRIS has been monitoring, which is about 88% of Kenya. And you can see that the high potential areas, if you look at human population, they're very red because it's where most people are concentrated. So in those areas, there's not much wildlife left. There may be a few, like in conservancies here in Naivasha. And you can see that people are spreading out and they're becoming very dense, whatever they're carrying. If you look at this map of 209, again, you can see it's only getting denser. All these are based on the data by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And if you look at settlements in Kenya, just like human population, settlements are getting denser. This was in the 1980s based on the work of the DSRS. And if you look at the 2010s, which is up to last year, settlements are becoming even more dense and widely distributed. So the space is basically filling up. And if you look at the roads in Kenya by 2016, you look at the road network, they're filling everywhere. And so there are also towns which are coming up. And livestock biomass in Kenya in 1970, you can see they were spread out like this. This is combining all the livestock species. And if you look at what we had up to last year, you can see that the densities is increasing, the spread over space for wildlife is also increasing. And if the climate is also playing a role, we need, as high rainfall, wildlife will increase. And if rainfall is becoming low or reducing, we can expect a corresponding reduction in wildlife numbers. If you look at temperatures, if high temperatures reduce numbers of wildlife by increasing habitat desiccation and reducing surface drinking water. And then we can also look at policy issues here, and we are saying that policy, the institutions and markets for wildlife in Kenya are basically failed over the years. And not only in Kenya, across African countries, there's a need, therefore, to maximize the value of wildlife. We need to allow a much wider range of uses. These uses need to be unrestricted by various arbitrary bans, which we have had in the history of wildlife utilization, and we need to minimize the cost of and the conflicts that people have with wildlife. Still, again, across African countries, because of human population growth, we are flipping very rapidly from an empty world, which we had in 1885, 1897, to a full world. This requires a change in institutions which are charged with the responsibility of managing wildlife. Unfortunately, these institutions have not evolved at the same pace. There's a need to evolve institutions which are resilient and able to manage wildlife in a world that is getting full. The system which has been used so far has mostly been centralized, open access property regimes. These were put in place mostly by colonials, and they have been reinforced by a series of post-colonial governments in African countries, including in Kenya, and the status quo benefits the elites in the system and at the expense of local communities who are living with wildlife. And some people say that these elites even make policies which are only beneficial to themselves and not to the common people. The tragedy of the commons of herding in 1968, unfortunately in Kenya, has become a common tragedy. And individually owned and hardy species like sheep and goats, donkeys and camels, they are replacing wildlife, which is not owned and therefore must be managed collectively and at scale. And numbers of these individually owned livestock species, they are not regulated. And then these hardy livestock species, even some of them are replacing those which are not hardy, like cattle. Cattle requires places which are more mesic. So their numbers are going down compared to numbers of the other species like the donkeys and camels, which can survive under more arid conditions. And then wildlife, as a result of policy, practice, and institutions which were put in place by colonials and reinforced by post-colonial African government, wildlife is earning far less than it should outside parks. And most of what the wildlife earns outside parks does not benefit the people who live with wildlife on the land. Instead, it is captured by the elites, those who own the hotels and so on. And we need, therefore, as a result, if you want to save the wildlife, to create a new ownership system for wildlife. That, one, will aim to maximize the value to land holders or communities for having wildlife there, and eliminates arbitrary bans and crippling bureaucracy that has been in place over these years, which makes it so difficult to manage wildlife in this country. And we need to ensure that this wildlife benefits also gets to the people who live with and support wildlife on their land. And then when they get these benefits, they invest the benefits in a way that does not undermine conservation. So we can have conservation benefits and invest it in buying fences and fencing the land, or buying more livestock, which eliminates the wildlife. So in the end, it does not become helpful. And then lastly, as a result of these problems, conservancies were created in Kenya around 205 in a policy vacuum. There was no policy at that time. The government responded by creating policy afterward, I think in 2013, and deregulated decentralized wildlife management and conservation. They are buying time for wildlife in Kenya, but most of them are still too small to conserve large mammals. For example, in the Mara, all the conservancies put together there, they're about 1,500 square kilometers or less, and they are concentrated only in the dry season concentration area. They do not cover the wet season concentration area of the wildlife, which is in the later plain. So no matter how much effort or policy you put in place, you will not be able to conserve the wild beast migration, the Mara-Loita migration as a result has collapsed. And I can say that all migrations of wildlife in Kenya have collapsed, and the only thing that is left now is the Serengeti Mara. So in a sense, one can say that the Serengeti Mara is subsidizing, the Serengeti is subsidizing wildlife in Kenya. I think these conservancies also lack financial sustainability. You saw what happened when there was COVID here, the government had to step in to support them. There's a need to establish a fund to support conservancies that is going to make them sustainable, supported by the government. And lastly, we need to have a mechanism to ensure security of these conservancies. If it's a situation where there is no guarantee that it will exist in perpetuity, people can walk in and walk out, and then they will collapse. Thank you so much for listening. I think that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Professor. That's a very heavy presentation. There's a lot that we have learned from that, what we have said. And we expect quite a number of questions and comments at the end of the session. So when it comes to the question and answer session, let's have our questions and comments so that we can be able to address them when we come to the session of question and answer session. So right now I'll call upon our second presenter, Dr. Kibai. Dr. Kibai will talk about the primates, the endangered primates coast region, the Tana River Delta. So let's hear about that. Welcome, Kibai.
So thank you so much, and welcome to my presentation. I'll be actually talking about primates, which have conspicuously missed in most of, in the two keynote speeches that we've had this morning. So I'm going to talk about the conservation of the Tana primates. Tana holds two globally endangered primates, the Tana River Mangabe and the Tana River Red Columbus. So we are looking at the gains we've made in terms of their conservation, the losses, and what the future of this species looks like. And this is an effort by researchers from the WRTI, Kenya Wildlife Service, Nature Kenya, and Kenya Institute of Primate Research, National Museums of Kenya. So as a way of my presentation, I will run through an introduction where I will touch general information about primates, the conservation of primates in Kenya, and the status of the threatened Tana River primates. Then I will look at the situation analysis based on the objectives, then the key findings, then I will end up with a conclusion and the way forward on those two species. It will be very unfair to talk about primates if I don't look at the global pattern of this group of mammals. So primates, as you can see there, are the most diverse group of mammals. And they are actually restricted in Latin America, Africa, Madagascar, and Asia. So as you can see that gives you an idea how diverse this group of mammals look like. Again, primates, though very diverse, are actually among one of the most threatened group of mammals. Globally, we have 535 species. If we include subspecies, to that group we have 727. 107 occur in Africa. Madagascar holds 108 species. Asia 133. and Neotropics, that is South America, 187. So if we look at Africa, including Madagascar, we have 215 species. So Africa becomes very important in terms of primate conservation. What I want to point out is that red arrow. Kenya has more than 19 species, and if you include the subspecies, you have 27 subspecies, species and subspecies of primates. That accounts for about 24% of the African primate diversity. Globally, remember I said that primates are the most threatened group of mammals. 68% are actually threatened or they are at risk of extinction. Then 93% are actually experiencing population decline. The situation gets worse as we get to Kenya, where 50% are actually facing extreme risk of extinction, and all the primate species are actually experiencing population decline. Sadly, we are about to announce the extinction of the southern Patas monkey if we don't cite it in the next few years. Already, I think IUCN is warming up to declare the species extinct, with the last sightings in 2009. Yet, I would request the Director General of WRTI to keep a keen watch in the presentation and see whether there is anyone who will talk about the Patas monkey. Yet, it's a species facing the highest threat in this country. Up there, we have the mountain pothole. It's a species which exists in museum collections. But we strongly believe there might be a population in Mount Kenya. On that top row, we have Mount Kilimanjaro Gweresa. We only have 164 individuals remaining. Still, we don't talk about it. Then, on the extreme right, we have the red colobus, the Tana River Mangabe, where we put a lot of emphasis, and we've seen some positive progress. So, coming to the Tana River primates, I said we have the two, the Tana River red colobus and the Tana River Mangabe. They overlap in range, and both are critically endangered, and nationally, we have them placed in Schedule 6. Population size of the Mangabe, on average, is now 1,650, having gone down from the 2000 census, where we had about 2,000. So the population trend is actually declining. It's not a good situation because mature individuals are actually less than 1,000. When you look at the range seems to be expanding. With the last National Wildlife Population Surveys, we found so many groups towards the delta in forests that have never been surveyed, but now in the community areas, which also used to hold the highest population in 2000, the population has actually declined significantly. The same situation with the Tana River red colobus. The trend is also declining, but according to the latest census, we have 1,219 individuals, up from 788. So generally we are doing well, but the population range is also slightly expanding in agroecosystems, but still the situation is like that of the Mangabe. So I'll get to the threats facing these primates, but that was the goal of the whole analysis, to evaluate the population trends of the threatened Tana River Mangabe and the Tana River red colobus, and actually try to see how much we've gained in terms of conservation and where we want to go. Specifically, we were actually assessing the population trends in the last 4 decades and see what that looks like. And then we also looked at the conservation initiatives and outlined the gains and losses we've made. Then we are presenting We've done this through looking at the existing data. We have also drawn some references to the recent primary data on census, and then also our personal experiences. So, coming to the population trends, the Tana River Manga Bay and the Tana Red Colobus research and monitoring started in early 1970s. At that time, we had about 3,000 red colobus and probably around 4,000 Manga Bay. But now the situation has really changed, whereby those numbers have actually declined, and as of 2021, when we had the national census, we still have the numbers less than 2,000, meaning that there might be also some conservation gains, given that the numbers in 2002 were actually much less than what we have at the present. So what that means is, generally, the two species are declining in population, and if there is any gain, it's really very minimal, and conservation efforts are still required. Looking at that map is actually the lower Tana River, and in 1975, we only knew about the species existing around the Tana Primate National Reserve. But thanks to the national government, the 2021 census, we've discovered more groups down in the Delta, and we still think along the Fra Channel in the lower Tana River, we still might have some populations there which will give off to these species. Looking at the threats, I think the presenters have already highlighted on the issue of habitat loss. What is happening now in the Tana River, there is a lot of logging of mango trees, which are also supporting these species. Also, because of the unclear legal status of the Tana River Primate Reserve, logging is also kind of happening, but in minimal scale. Areas outside the protected area actually are suffering the most. The other problem which is actually putting these primates in risk is what Professor has highlighted, the population increase. We now have actually most of settlements within the Tana Primate Reserve. What that means is excessive exploitation of the forest habitat where these species live. The climate change and the infrastructural development along the upper Tana River has changed the flooding regimes, which actually sustain the lower Ngarali forest, which support these primates. A week ago, we've been down there counting the monkeys. We've noted mass die-off of the key plant foods, and we are associating that to very low water flow regimes in the river at the moment. That could be attributed to climate change and also damming for irrigation and hydropower electricity generation upstream. The other problem is the invasion of the Prosopis juniflora, the Madenge species. It's actually rapidly replacing the natural habitat utilized by these species, and there are no efforts to control that. So something has to be done. Looking at the conservation initiatives, thanks to all the stakeholders who are working in the lower Tana River, there is a lot which is going on. One of it is restoration. The other is actually supporting community livelihood alternatives to make sure that people also appreciate the value of wildlife. And also, we are also doing a lot of community engagement, involvement in conservation. So through that coordinated effort among stakeholders, we are seeing some positive trends in the Tana. The conservation gains that we can actually talk about for now, we've seen emergency of the community conservancies, which Professor has talked. We now have the Ashakunyongoro Community Conservancy, the Lower Tana Delta Conservancy, and the Ndera Community Conservancy. Plus the reserve now, we've actually increased the area that is protected. And according to the 2021 survey, protected area are now holding 80% of these species. So it appears protected areas now in the lower Tana might be the hope for these two species. The other thing is we have now the Continental Red Colobus Action Plan. We have Continental Action Plan for the Manga Bay and Madrilles, which includes the Tana River Manga Bay. But sadly, we don't have a national action plan for these two globally endangered primate species. So we need to do something on that. In terms of research and ecological monitoring, this has been going on very well, although it's very sporadic. So we need to see how we can actually support that to be continuous. Restoration and connectivity. I think Nature Kenya is doing a lot of work down there. Northern Rangeland Trust, Kenya Wildlife Service, and Kenya Institute of Primate Research, plus the local communities. They are doing a lot with habitat restoration and connectivity. Community engagement and involvement. 1st of September this year, we have the International Primate Day. We had a very successful community engagement to celebrate and create awareness about primates, and we are doing well on that. Also, we've seen a very increased partnership of all the stakeholders working on primates down there, which is really a positive thing. But I should have talked about the losses before, but some of the things that seem to have put things very gray in Tana River, one is the ambiguity of the legal status of the National Reserve. In 2005, I think it was contested, and people have this mind like, it's their land, it's not a protected area. So that gives them a leeway to go in and actually exploit the resources. The failed GF project in 2002 also kind of brought strong negative attitude towards conservation by the local people because of the failed relocation of the people from the reserve. So that continues also to harm conservation efforts, although we have seen slight change. During the same period when the people were resisting relocation, there was mass clearing of the forest habitat, which is used by these two primate reserves. This has been taken over by Mathenge, and it's really wanting to see how we can clear that and restore that ecosystem. Increased human activities in the protected areas, that is in the reserve, is still a major issue. We have also seen the river flows going down because of damming and other infrastructural development. That is one of the things which has also affected some of the forest patches that have dried up. And we have also seen the collapse of Muchelelo, which is a key driver of research and monitoring in that area. It's now really dilapidated, and we need to do something about it. We cannot talk more about insecurity. It's a major thing because of the proximity to Somalia, and that has put off most of the researchers, especially the international researchers, but it's something us as locals we can cope up with. Looking at now the future for these two species, or the recommendations we can put forth, we've seen overall the population is declining despite the expansion of range. And we need actually to stem up the conservation efforts in terms of monitoring. There are so many other areas down in the delta which are not surveyed. We need to see how we can actually have that. The last census, however much it has given us a lot of information, it was incomplete. We have a huge block between Gariseni and the primate reserve which was never surveyed. We need to complete that so that we can know precisely how many individuals we have in that place and the best way to conserve them. In terms of action plans and strategies to conserve these two species, we are holding two critically endangered primates that are featured in the top 25 world most endangered primates, yet as a country, we don't have national strategies or national action plans. That should be a priority for all the stakeholders to do. I've talked about invasive species Mathenge. We need to do something about it. This is where we need science to inform us whether we can have a biological control or any other effective way to control that. In terms of engaging communities, supporting communities to minimize pressure on the habitat, we need to support them in community livelihoods. We also need to stem up our efforts in community outreach, and we need to revive Mcherero Research Camp. It's a key driver for conservation and also for monitoring of these species. And then we need to strengthen our support for protected area, since it's very clear protected areas are going to be very key if these species have to survive. And I would like to acknowledge the following funding agencies and institutions that have been key in trying to help the conservation work in the Tana River. And with that, I say thank you so much for your listening, and I will look forward to address any question that might arise that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. The message is there. We now know what is happening, what is the status of the primates in Tana River, and the recommendations which have been given there is giving us hope. It's doable. We can restore the populations there. I will now call upon Cedric Kayale, who is an expert in black rhinos. Cedric will talk about the use of science in the conservation of the black rhino, and he'll tell us the story, where we are so far with the rhinos. Cedric.
Oh, thank you so much. As you heard, my name is Cedric Kayale. I'm from the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I'm the senior scientist, currently based in Lake Nakuru National Park. And I'm also a PhD student with the Manchester Metropolitan University in the UK. I will talk about my studies. My studies are based on development of a science-based integrated population management plan for the black rhinos in Kenya. Before maybe I talk about my studies, I'll also talk about some background about rhino conservation in the country. Rhino conservation in the country is managed as one population conserved in about 15 separate established conservation sites across the country. There are also plans to expand these conservation sites to about 20 sites, well spread across the country. And this one is based on the availability of resources and also space for expansion of these sites. We all know that rhino conservation in the country has been very successful. We've been able to grow the numbers from as low as 400 rhinos in the country to about more than 900 as per the last action plan that we implemented from 2017 to 2021. And also, you also know that rhino conservation in the country and also across the globe has been facing serious challenges in terms of poaching, threats from social and ecological pressures. We also have issues of climate change, and we have also threats from inbreeding suppression. We also have issues to do with ecological carrying capacity, and that's why we have the need to implement an active meta-population management plan for the rhinos in the country. I'll talk about background in terms of the need for research and conservation. Active management of rhinos in the country, or maybe wildlife in the country, has been through translocations. And through these translocations, there has been insufficient research or maybe data in terms of the effect of translocations and immobulation on wildlife movement in the country. We are also aware of the fact that there are some documented cases of movements that have resulted in wildlife deaths in the country. And that's the reason to why we need to identify these factors that are influencing translocation success, and also try to look at what is happening in terms of when we move animals from one place to another. My study is not just on rhinos. I'm just using rhinos as a species, but the outcome from this study is going to apply to other species when you do translocations for management purposes. Why choose Kenya, and also why choose rhino as my species of conservation? Rhino conservation in the country has been well coordinated. We've had a lot of good data based at the sites and also at the national level that provides a proper platform for analysis to come up with outcomes that are going to advise management in terms of what to be done. We also plan to have some immobilization and translocation to happen within the course of my study. And through these activities, we are going to be able to collect more data and samples to be analyzed, maybe to be used for, to study in conservation physiology. My study is, I've organized my study into three main aims. The first aim is to look at the long-term impacts of translocation on productive rates and population recovery. And the second aim is to look at conservation physiology, that's looking at the stress impacts, both from the movement of animals from one place to another, and also looking at the ecological factors that are impacting in terms of animal stresses. On the long-term impacts, I've been able to look at data spanning to over 30 years, looking at almost like about 200 translocations. And from this data, I've been able to get it from the veterinary records, translocation procedures, and I've been able to analyze some of these data to look at the mortalities that have been happening over time through translocations. I'm also planning to look at the demography, reproductive outputs, and also ecological factors that impact on these activities. From my preliminary results, I've analyzed data from two areas. That's the two source areas. That's Nairobi National Park and Lake Nakuru National Park. And from these two source areas, we've been able to find out that we've had 52 rhinos moved from Nairobi National Park to different recipient sites in the country. We also had 55 moved from Lake Nakuru to different recipient sites. That is since 2004, and also from Nairobi National Park, we are talking about data from 1999. We have some translocations that happened in Nairobi National Park maybe before the 1999, but because we did have enough data to look at what happened to some of those populations, we did include in the analysis. But we just worked on the data that had complete data sets for us to be able to analyze. And from this data, we can see that the ratio of male to female that were translocated is about, female to male is about 0.95, with most of the animals being translocated being in the age categories of E or F. When I talk about age categories, in rhino conservation, we have different age categories. From 0 to 3 months, we give it an age category of A. And then from 3 months to 1 year, we give it B. And then 1 year to 2 years, we give it C. 2 years to 3.5, we give it D. And then above 3.5 to about 6.9, we give it E. And then above 7 years, we give it F class. So if you look at the animals that have been able to move across the country for the period that I've been able to study, majority of the animals, about 53%, were in the age category of E, which are the sub-adults, and about 26% were the adults. Very few animals were translocated when they are still very young, and majority of the cases, you find that the young animals were being translocated because of maybe either intervention purposes. For example, maybe you find an orphan rhino that you want to move it for maybe better care, or maybe a sick rhino that's very young, so you have to move it. So majority of the translocation were happening, majority of the animals that were moved were between H class E and F. Looking at mortality, I think this is a very interesting figure in terms of from the preliminary results. Like Nakuru, as I said before, we moved about 55 animals, and Nairobi moved about 52 animals. Out of these 55 in Lake Nakuru, we lost 3 animals during translocation, and we lost 9 animals in the first year of translocation. In Nairobi National Park, we moved 52 rhinos, and we lost about 10 rhinos during translocation and 13 rhinos in the first year of translocation. In terms of causes of mortality, capture-related cause of mortalities were the third highest after poaching and natural causes. We can see we have some unknowns, and these unknowns, you find that maybe animals died, and during postmortem, we are not able to establish exactly the cause of the death. But if you talk about the non-cause of mortalities, we are talking about natural causes, maybe when the animals maybe got sick, or maybe just animals was found dead, the horns were there, but we are not able to establish the cause of death. We just give it like maybe natural causes. And poaching, of course, is just obvious, and a poached animal can easily be identified as a poached animal. Then there are causes that may be caused by fighting and predation, and those will have some causes that maybe died through drowning. So the most interesting issue to look at this in terms of mortality, you find that these capture-related causes include some of the known movements that may be resulted to high mortality that maybe some of us know. So you find that capture is not as high in terms of cause of mortalities as maybe people might expect. But I think poaching and natural causes, and if you combine the other unknown causes, if you find unknown causes, some of them are disease or maybe old age, then the natural causes might also go up. So meaning that still natural causes might be one of the issues that maybe we need to look at. Still on the mortality, we find that from my analysis, the median age of death for non-translocated animals was 98 months, and median age of death for translocated animals was 96 months, which is not very much difference between the translocated and non-translocated animals. But what we need to look at in terms of what will happen if we don't move animals from one place to another, in terms of looking at the issues of social pressure and maybe the impact of climate change. So you have to look at it critically in terms of what will happen if you don't move these animals because of those social pressures. And also, we didn't find any significant difference in the age of death between the animals that were translocated and those which were not translocated, and no influence of age of animals at translocation and age of death were noted. There are also no significant difference in the age of death between males and female, which is maybe from the data. If you're going to maybe analyze more data from other sources, maybe other sources and other recipient sites, yeah, maybe we might maybe see some of the changes. But for now, from my preliminary analysis, these are what I was able to get from the 2 source populations that happened over time. My second aim, I'm going to look at conservation physiology, where I'm going to look at the impact of stress on animals. And in this one, I'm going to look at how animals are affected when they're moved from one place to another. Because when you move an animal, it might respond to maybe to changes in the environment, maybe ecological factors. We are moving an animal from a place where there is different food types. So you have to look at how that animal is going to cope up with the new environment. So in terms of stress, we're going to look at how the animal responds to these stress factors. Because as you all know that animals respond to stress factors by maybe producing some hormones from the adrenal glands, and these hormones are going to show us how the animal is going to cope up with that particular stress. If you look at it maybe like a balance, if maybe an animal is so stressed and is not able to cope up with that stress, so the response from that animal needs to measure, to equalize that stress that's coming. If that response is not enough, then that animal might not be able to respond to that stress and it might be affected. Or maybe the animal might maybe respond to that stress very, very highly, and that maybe not bringing that equilibrium to the normal level that's going to maybe support the normal body functions, so such as maybe immune or maybe reproductive functions. You're also going to look at the thyroid hormones. From literature, you know that thyroid hormones have a crucial role in coordinating metabolic changes by regulating energy homeostasis and basal metabolic rates. So changes these hormones will reflect fluctuation in the availability of energy, correlating positively with the food availability. So thyroid hormones are also act as thermoregulations, correlating negatively with ambient temperature. For example, if during maybe the cold seasons, animals might respond differently when maybe the environment is very hot. So there are some studies that are happening in rhino conservation that maybe are going to help us in terms of understanding how these hormones, maybe how these animals respond to different climatic or maybe environmental changes. So I'm going to base on these studies that for might be able to understand what is happening in different populations. So on my conservation physiology, I've divided into four main objectives. The first objective is to look at to try to look at investigative components, and the fourth one is try to build capacity in country in terms of how we're going to continue applying the conservation physiology in either in rhino conservation or maybe other species conservation when you're doing movement of animals across the country. So I do sample collections. I collect dung samples and blood samples from animals that are being immobilized. For translocation cases, I aim to collect samples for at least 2 months before the translocation, and at least 2 months after the translocation. Maybe it might even be more than 2 months after the translocation. For animals that are being mobilized for intervention purposes, maybe for example ear notching, I purpose to collect samples 2 weeks pre and 2 weeks post intervention for us to be able to understand what is happening within this particular species. Next step, as I already said, I've done some analysis in terms of impact of translational mortalities. I'm continuing with my study because I said I'm in the first year of my study. I've just completed the first year of my study. Now I'm in the second year of my study, and I'll continue looking in terms of the reproductive performance of these animals from the source population and the recipient population. Look at the intercalving intervals, look at the age at first calving, and also to continue look at the mortalities that happens after the movements. And also continue with my sample extractions at the lab that is based in Kenya to look at the stress levels in the dung sample that I've collected, and also from the blood sample that I continue collecting from the intervention activities. Thank you so much. I'd like to appreciate Kenya Wildlife Service, Wildlife Research and Training Institute, the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, and also the Association of Private Land Sanctuaries for a big part of this journey in terms of understanding what is happening in terms of rhino conservation in the country and how we can be able to come up with a proper management plan or management guidelines for conserving rhinos, and also apply to other species that maybe we might be able to work on in terms of trying to actively manage within the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cedric. That was a very good paper. Rhino is one of the most successful cases that we have. Rhino conservation, we almost lost them in the year 2000. In 1990s, we almost lost rhinos. And you can say that we have really, the species has really recovered, and it's good that we are generating more information to guide the conservation measures that we are taking. The next presenter is Mark Cheriot. Mark Cheriot will talk about the birds. It's changed now. We have been talking about large mammals. Let's now talk about the avian species, the birds. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Bett from Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Wildlife Management. And also, I am a PhD student at the University of Nairobi, Department Conservation Biology. So I'll be talking about some findings that was done about bird diversity a while ago. So the title is Avian Diversity in Different Forest Regimes in and around North Nandi Forest, Kenya. It is located in Nandi County. It is a forest managed by the Kenya Forest Service. In collaboration with the community, they have been able to maintain blocks of indigenous forest. Some part is disturbed, and we have some part that is a plantation forest coupled with tea plantations. Just a brief background on bird diversity is that bird diversity is at risk due to forest destruction and fragmentation. This results to low population size and increased vulnerability to extinction of birds, especially in birds which are dependent on specialized habitats like indigenous forests. So North Nandi Forest is an IBA. The vegetation structure is heterogeneous, made up of a closed canopy with tree height of between 30 to 35 meters and a dense undergrowth. But unfortunately, it is currently threatened by human activities, which leads to conversion to disturbed forest, plantations, and finally small-scale farmlands after heavy destruction. To analyze the problem that is happening in this forest is that when primary forests change in terms of vegetation structure, we have a restricted ranging and patchy spatial distribution of birds. Therefore, there is the need to study bird diversity in different forest regimes. And the question that we all ask ourselves is that are these modified habitats the solution to bird conservation? Birds are a good indicator that they show variable change when disturbed. Therefore, they can give an overall value of the reserve in terms of conservation of biological diversity. The policymakers may be able to pick up 1 or 2 points about birds in a disturbed environment, especially birds ranging from indigenous to disturbed forests. This study mainly sought out to assess diversity in different forest regimes. These regimes are the indigenous forest, disturbed forest, plantation forest, and farmlands. The specific objectives which we sought out to test was to determine bird diversity in these different forest regimes and also to evaluate the impact of vegetation structure on bird species richness and abundance. We tested our objectives on these two null hypotheses. As I said initially, the forest can be split into these 4 regimes. That is the indigenous forest, which is intact with trees between 30 to 35, a dense undergrowth. A disturbed forest, which barely the space between one tree to another is a bit far. It even has numerous tracks on it. Then eventually, plantation forests, which are cut close to the disturbed forest. for plantation of exotic monospecies such as pine plantations and cypress plantations. This study was conducted in North Nandi Forest. The total gazetted forest area is 10,500 hectares, of which out of that, 6,000 is indigenous forest, 2,500 is the disturbed forest, 2,000 hectares is the plantations, mainly made up of exotic monospecies and tea plantations. We used various methods, bird sampling techniques, to answer the bird diversity. So we used the distance line transects, time species counts, the point count method, and mist nets to be able to test mainly on the abundances and get opportunity to do ringing of the birds. So on the impact of vegetation structure on species, we used a quadrat to measure various vegetation variables. These variables included height of trees, height of shrubs, diameter at breast height for trees, and the data was analyzed using various methods, first transformed using the square root and arcsine methods. To analyze data on bird diversity, we came up with various known indices. That's the Shannon and Simpson index. We also ran one-way ANOVA on bird abundance to just compare their mean abundances between the three forests. For vegetation analysis, we used comparison of more than 4 variables. That's the base that we came up with, the principal component analysis for relatedness of various variables and the stepwise multiple regression models to analyze. The findings of the study revealed that the disturbed forest was the most diverse forest in terms of bird species. The least diverse was the plantation forest. So in as much as the indigenous forest exists as one of still the largest block, disturbed forest has many birds due to the fact that it combines birds which are specialists found in the indigenous and also birds which are visitors moving from farmlands, plantation to this disturbed forest. On bird abundance, the farmlands actually has the highest number of bird individuals. If you are to count the number of birds, the farmlands has the highest, and this can be attributed to the fact that farmlands provide additional resources, especially for birds which are not specialists, followed of course by the disturbed and the indigenous forest. In terms of richness, indigenous and disturbed forest had similar bird richness, while plantation forest had the lowest richness. This means the plantation forest do not have diverse birds. Mainly when birds are disturbed, they tend to vacate or move to different habitats. That's why the plantation forest has the lowest diversity. It means it has the lowest intrinsic value in terms of conserving birds. The dominant bird species, just by relative abundances, in the indigenous forest, the Crea pallis, disturbed forest, the common bulbul, plantation forest, the black and white mannequin, farmlands was the crowned waxbill. Birds of interest, either birds which are migrant species Many of the migrant species were found in the indigenous and disturbed forest, with few migrant and birds of interest found in farmlands and the plantation forest. In terms of vegetation, diameter at breast height and the crown cover are significant variables in relatedness between the bird diversity, simply because large trees are able to provide a suitable habitat for many birds in terms of nesting sites, and the forest, which is dense, which has a thick undergrowth, that is the crown cover, can also support a variety of birds. So this is also supported by the stepwise regression, which shows that bird species richness and abundance had a strong linear relationship with the diameter at breast height and tree height. Large trees have large diameter at breast height. Small trees in height have low diameter at breast height. Just a discussion of the results briefly. Disturbed forest had the highest bird diversity because of a variety of microhabitats which favored varieties of bird species. Indigenous forest and farmlands had a mix of intercropping or agroforestry and supported a group of specialized birds which need resources and therefore had intermediate diversity. Low species diversity in plantation forest was due to the monoculture of exotic trees that supports low bird diversity, and also due to a low variety of food, resources, and nesting sites. As a result of these trees, many of them do not have flowers. For example, the cypress, Cupressus lusitanica, doesn't have, it produces some cones, their seeds, cone-like. It is not a fully flowering tree. So to conclude this, hard biodiversity in disturbed forest and indigenous forest was seen. Although disturbed forest, plantation forest, and adjacent farmlands also can provide dispersal routes over short distances, they are important for creating corridors between indigenous forests. It is also important to note the fact that vegetation structure dictates bird diversity, because trees with large diameter at breast height, or large trees which form the canopy of this forest, actually had high bird diversity. Maybe to recommend from this study is that we need to maintain a mix of habitats which will aid bird diversity and conservation. Reforestation in disturbed forests can also diversify bird diversity richness and abundance, especially replanting the disturbed forest with indigenous tree species which were once cut down. Also, we need to do mapping of different vegetation regimes to fast-track management. Agroforest development in farmlands as an alternative livelihood strategy and awareness creation to reduce pressure on forest resources. With that, I want to end my presentation and say to you, thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Mark. That was a very good presentation. It gives us an insight on the status of the forests in Nandi ecosystem, the Nandi Hills, and we are now more enlightened on that. So we call upon the next speaker. We will talk about the lions. We call upon Teddy. Teddy, welcome. Give us an insight on the lions in the Northern Conservation Area. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Toby Otieno. not steady. Sorry for that. And I'm here to talk to you about lions, Ewaso lions, lion population, and conservation in northern Kenya. Just to start with, Ewaso Lions is a non-governmental organization working in northern Kenya to promote coexistence between community and wildlife. We get our names from this magnificent river called the Ewaso River, which is the lifeline and heart of this region for both wildlife and the communities and their livestock living in within this area. We started out in Westgate Community Conservancy, including the 3 national reserves, but recently we've increased to include 11 community conservancy plus the three national reserves, that is Shaba National Reserve, Buffalo Springs, and Samburu National Reserve. This is an fenced area. The area we work is very unfenced, and both the community and the livestock share the same space. And this area is very, very critical when it comes to lion conservation, especially lions in outside protected areas. Just to tell you a little bit about lions, the range of lions within Africa has reduced between 80 to 90% in the last century. And only about 20,000 lions are found in Africa. And out of these 20,000, only 6 countries in Africa have lions over 1,000. Kenya, we are lucky to be one of such countries, because based on the recent lion population census that was done in 2019, right now we have about 2,500 lions. And northern Kenya is one of the 3rd very important area for lion numbers in terms of the lion population. When Ewaso Lions started, the initial aim was to find out what was happening to lions when lions moved from the protected areas to the community areas. And we needed to find out what did lions need to survive with people outside the protected areas. The community in northern Kenya are mostly pastoralists. They depend on their livestock. Livestock is their way of life, and livestock is part of their traditions. Livestock are their bank. But northern Kenya is getting dry. Northern Kenya is a semi-arid area, and because of the climate change, there's been severe land degradation, there's been frequent droughts, and sometimes, most of the time, lack of rain. Livestock are struggling together with wildlife. Communities are struggling to find places where they can feed their livestock. And at the same time, lions are also struggling to find food. And with such mix of challenges, what often happens is such instances where lions will get out and go kill the livestock. And when that happens, understandably, the community get angry and go after the lions, and more so end up killing the lions. And that has been one of the greatest challenges that lions are facing in northern Kenya. And as Ewaso Lions, what are we doing about it? What we are doing is trying to work with the community to promote coexistence between the people living in this area and the lions. We do this through community-led conservation programs, a number of them, and one of the first ones that we started was the Warrior Watch program. Warrior Watch program involved a very important demographic within this area, the warriors. More often, it is the warrior who gets to interact with lions, to interact with wildlife on a daily basis. And it's according to Samburu, it is the role of the warriors to take care and to protect their livestock. And so, when lions go out and kill livestock, what happens is the warriors who will more so often go and find the lions to kill it. And so, the first question we asked ourselves, and this program started with my colleague called Generia, was to how can we actually involve the warriors in lion conservation? And the key role of the warrior, one of the key roles of the warriors is going out first thing in the morning, tracking lions. They're very, very skilled in tracking lions, finding where they are, and then informing the community, informing the others where the lions are. And by doing that, we are doing 2 things. We are protecting the livestock from being killed by the lions, and also we are protecting the lions from retaliatory killing. And one of the things our warriors do during their work is actually do lion monitoring. I mean, record conflicts. Whenever conflict happens, we record all the incidences and all the context in which these conflicts happen. And over the last few years, since 2017, what we've noticed that is the number of conflict has been increasing or more or less the same. Okay? The other key role of our Warrior Watch is to do lion monitoring. How do they do this? We do this by doing individual IDs for every single lion we monitor within this landscape. We know them by their name. The warriors we have, plus the community, give them their names. And how do we do this? Lions have a very unique whisker spot. Every individual lion has a very unique whisker spot, the same as every single human being have a different fingerprint. So we use that to identify every single lion that we're monitoring within our landscape. And by so, our team knows every single lion within this area individually. And this is how we do it. Every single time you go out, you either draw the whisker spots and also mark any unique patterns on the ears and on the face or on the body of the lion to actually be able to identify which lions we are, identify the lions individually. And over the years, since starting our lions, the number of the lions has been on a positive trend. Okay? And this is based on the individual IDs we are collecting, based on the land monitoring that is being done by our warriors of the Warrior Watch program. The other thing we're also doing is, apart from tracking the lions by the warriors, physically, the other thing we started doing was collaring. And our key reason for collaring is to minimize conflict before happening. By knowing where the lions are, in almost real time, we are able to, again, use our network of warriors to warn the communities of where the lions are so that they can avoid taking their livestock to those particular areas. And by so doing, we are protecting both the livestock and the lions. And from the collar data, we've also noticed that since when the Wasalaun started, the lions will come from the protected areas, go to the community areas, and most of the time they will disappear. More so because they were being shot by the community when they killed the livestock. But since starting working with these communities, what we've also realized, and this is based on the collar data, is that the lions have started to use the community areas as their home ranges. The lions have become resident for the community, within the community landscape. I'm going to tell you guys about a story of one of the lions that we collared in 2021. His name was Lolgeti. We collared this lion around Westgate, and Westgate was the area in which he was using most of the time, until 2 male lions showed up in Samburu National Reserve, and then again ended up to Westgate, where this lion, particular Lolgeti, was using as his home range. What happens was, because those were the two lions, those are like two big, huge male lions, Lolgeti could not actually fight them, and so what he started doing was actually trying to find a different home. And eventually what happened was, Lolgeti moved, went to a part of Saria, south of Sarah, which is also a community conservancy, and then moved, eventually could not find a suitable area over there, eventually moved, ending up to way past this area, which is very, very difficult to access, and also there's insecurity within that area. Unfortunately, because we're not working in this area, we could not be able to monitor this particular lion on a daily basis. And what happened is this: Lolgeti ended up being shot 9 times by possibly the others who were in that particular area. So we've seen, or we found out that the number of conflict within our area of work has been almost the same, or is on a positive trend. But we have also found that most of the lions are using the community-occupied areas as their home ranges. And so the next step we did was we wanted to actually show that our community, working by the community, are able to, to take the conservation to the next level. And so we ended up doing the evaluation study for our Warrior Watch program, which was one of the first programs we started. And what we found out that by using the community, by using the warrior, the attitude of the community was actually changing by just engaging them, the way they think about the lions, the way they think about going after the lions when the lions have killed their livestock was actually changing on the positive side. And so what does this tell us? This tells us that by engaging the community, the warriors, and also by engaging the kids, which we do through one of our programs called Lion Kids Camp, and also by engaging the mamas, the women from these communities, we are actually able to increase the attitude of the community towards lions. And by so doing, the number of lions will definitely go up. Please join my colleague Generia in Acacia, where he's going to talk to you more about our community programs and how they're helping us increase the number of lions in this particular area. Thank you. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Otieno. That was a very good insight. Again, in the north, it appears like the future of conservation is actually in the north. We have been told about habitat loss in the traditional areas. Now we hear from Otieno that there is hope there. Maybe that's where we need to think about in future. We now call upon Feliz. Feliz will be talking about the birds and the birds in the matrix. So welcome, Feliz.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Philista, not Phyllis. Philista Malaki, yeah. I work for the National Museums of Kenya, and the National Museums of Kenya also undertakes research, heritage research, and cultural research. And what is unique about our research is that we undertake both past, present, and future. We use our past to reconstruct future scenarios, which we can use to predict how our environments are going to look at, and also use this to identify strategies to help us to mitigate future scenarios. So I'm going to talk about a landscape in Taita Hills. The title is Birds in the Matrix, and you're looking at the role of agriculture in avian conservation in the Taita Hills. Yeah, just before I go through my background, I just want to state that most of the time when you talk about wildlife conservation, what comes into our mind is the big mammals, unfortunately. Yeah, but I am grateful for this conference because now we are going to create more awareness, and so that also birds can take up an important role in helping to conserve wildlife, because birds are very important indicators in our ecosystems. And because they are widely known, they are very unique, and they can help us to know what is happening in our ecosystems. So looking at the landscape in Taita, our work in Taita, and just by way of background, we all know that agriculture is a major driver of biodiversity. And what normally happens is that farmlands tend to erode both species diversity and also the abundance of species, both of different taxa within our ecosystems. Our tropical landscapes in Africa tend to encompass a range of agricultural practices, which range from traditional agroforestry systems, mixed croplands, and also monoculture plantations. Just as my previous colleague who came here from Wildlife Research Institute mentioned. And the magnitude of this effect normally differs considerably between different agricultural systems in question. We know that when the habitats are modified, it also affects different functions. For example, some of the functions that birds undertake in the ecosystems include seed dispersal, pest control, pollination within our agricultural landscape. So all these functional functions are affected when our habitats are modified. So it is very important that we understand our agricultural systems and how the different agricultural systems are able to, how the species are able to persist in the different agricultural ecosystems. Yeah, in as much as we know that agriculture is a driver of biodiversity, but normally our agricultural ecosystem specifically also helps to maintain some level of biodiversity in them. So the Taita Hills are the northernmost block of the Eastern Arc Mountains, and this is a very, very important ecosystem, and it's also a biodiversity hotspot. Unfortunately, there is a high level of deforestation in this important biodiversity hotspot. About 70 to 80% of original forest cover has been lost, but in Taita specifically, we have a loss of, in the Taita Hills, less than 2% of the regional forest is what is currently remaining. So there's a very huge level of biodiversity loss within this important ecosystem. In the Taita Hills, there's also been an expansion of plantation forest apart from the agroecosystems. There's also an expansion of plantation forest that is dominated by cypress, pinus, and eucalyptus species. But they are simplified. We do not know how birds are persisting in these different ecological changes. The Taita is also a very unique habitat, and they are also rich in terms of biodiversity, not just birds, but also other taxa, other animals. And it's also an icon of some of the species of conservation concern, species that are endemic, it has high level of endemism, and some of the species that are icons of the Taita Hills, especially the bird species, include the Taita thrush, the Taita white eye, and the Taita apali. So this ecosystem is very rich in terms of biodiversity. So our study also extended to the very known Ngangao Massif, which retains the largest fragment of remaining forest. And it's also flanked by plantations of eucalyptus, the pine, and also the cypress. So the study sought to investigate how bird communities vary in response to land use within the Taita Hills. A number of studies have been undertaken in the Taita because it's a very interesting ecosystem when it comes to land use changes, and also it also gives us an idea of what is happening in these ecosystems. And most studies have been undertaken in this forest habitat. We also investigated how species respond in accordance to their level of dependency and feeding gills. Dependency and feeding gills simply means we have species that are specialists within the forest. We have generalist species which can only survive under a certain level of disturbance, and then you have those species which are visitors and they're able to even survive with a high level of disturbance within the forest. So in my design and methodology, we used point count methods, whereby we walked a distance of about 20 kilometers transect, ranging from about 800 meters to 2,000 meters in elevation. And this was to ensure that we had a wide coverage of the different ecosystem and the different habitats that within this ecosystem. So just going on to my findings, we see that habitat and landscape characteristics are very, very important ecological attributes that influence how species respond to the different ecosystems in terms of species abundance and also the diversity of species. So birds will go to a different habitat for the purpose of finding nesting, for the purposes of finding cover, and also to find food. So these factors will influence whether birds will occur in a particular habitat and which particular species and what population of the species will be found in those particular habitats. So in terms of bird diversity within this habitat in our study area, there was about 5,000 birds, individuals, that were recorded along the land use gradient. As I said, it was from 800 meters to an elevation of 2,400 meters. And of these species, we had 44% who are unique to agroforest, 9 were in primary forest. So this was the gradient in which we were working, the agroforest, the primary forest, secondary vegetation, and also cropland, and also plantation forest. So 80% of the species that were observed were present in the agroforests. So the agroforest is basically a mixture of cropland and also some bits of pockets of natural habitats within the different cropland systems. Secondary vegetation was the second highest in terms of species, followed by cropland, and the plantation was the lowest. So in terms of similarity between the different land uses, we see that there was an overlap, and this was highest between the primary forest, the secondary vegetation, and the agroforest. And about 2/3 of the species were shared between the different land use system. Cropland shared more species with agroforest and secondary vegetation than with primary forest, meaning there was a lot of movement between the secondary forest and the agroforest, compared to the plantation forest, where there is some sort of monoculture and does not support a lot of bird life because there's less resources. It's not suitable for nesting, for finding cover, and such like factors. So plantation showed an overall level of species similarity with other land uses. Yeah, as I've mentioned, in the plantation does not support a lot of bird life because of the lack of the different important resources that the birds are looking for. In terms of abundance, we also find that there was a significant difference in the different land uses, and the highest was in agroforest. There's more birds in the agroforest, in the secondary vegetation and cropland, while the abundance was lowest in the timber plantation. As I said, the plantations do not support a lot of bird life or animal life because of it is not very suitable for finding the right resources that they need to survive. We also looked at the functional guilds. These are the different categories of birds within the ecosystems. We have the forest specialists that cannot survive, that are threatened with the certain level of disturbance of the forest. Then we have the generalists. This one can survive both in the natural forest and also in some level of disturbance. But then you also have the visitors, which you can find them both in the natural forest and also in the cropland. So they have a wide range of finding the resources that they require. So these guilds also responded differently to the different land uses, and we find that the forest visitors responded strongly to land use, occurring low abundance within the primary forest. Yeah, because the visitors, they have a wide range of movement in the different land use gradients, so you find them across all the gradients. The forest specialists were highest in the primary forest because they are more specialized and they are very sensitive. And also you find that most of these forest specialists are also among them are the ones that I mentioned that are endemic, and they're also threatened within this ecosystem. So the generalists, the specialists were also highly sensitive to land use, and they occurred in highest abundance in the primary forest, but their numbers kept dropping within the other different land uses. The generalists, which can survive both in the natural forest and withstand some level of disturbance, they also were highest in the primary forest, but their numbers did not decrease as in other land uses. Also looking at the guilds, these are feeding guilds, meaning looking at how the birds, also the physical traits, what the birds consume within the forest. We have the frugivores, we have the insectivores. These different guilds can also tell us how the forest is, the forest health. So if you have more frugivores or you have more insectivores, it can tell us whether the forest health is moving in a deteriorating trend or we have a good forest. So the insectivores were most abundant, followed by the granivores. And then we have the frugivores, which are fruit eaters, and the nectarivores, including the sunbirds, we are only 9 species. So the other 3 feeding guilds that were also present included the raptors, the piscivores, scavengers, so they were not very in high numbers because most of them just move across the different ranges within the ecosystems. So none of these guilds there was no significant their response was not very significant. So you find that they can occur in any forest fragment or in any forest category without being affected with the different land uses. So to our findings, this research shows that the agricultural matrix supported a very high number of species and also diverse bird community. And this is because we find that there are various, because of the diverse vegetation characteristics, you find that they support a lot of other species. And also the forest specialists were only confined to the primary forest. Those are natural forests which are not disturbed forests. The forest specialist decreases with distance from the primary forest, and the abundance and diversity were lowest in the timber plantations. As I mentioned earlier, these are monocultures, and they do not support, they are not very suitable for bird life, or they do not provide sufficient resources for survival of the bird species. So we conclude that the agricultural matrix, these are the agroecosystems and the agroforests in particular, make a strong contribution to observed biodiversity at the landscape level. The intact forest is also essential for maintaining this diversity, because you find that the forest visitors and the forest generalists all move across from the natural forest to the croplands and to the plantations. And most of these forest specialists are also among the species of conservation concerned. As I mentioned, the Taita white-eyes, Taita pallid, Taita thrushes, which are both endemic and they're also threatened. So to my conclusion, this study demonstrates the importance of intact forest patches for conserving threatened forest birds. Yeah, because this is where we have the threatened, most of the threatened species in Taita. And thought that the heterogeneous agricultural matrix makes a strong contribution to overall biodiversity, agricultural plots exhibit reduced representation of forest specialists. That is, within the agricultural ecosystems, we do not find the forest specialists, because the forest specialists need intact forest. So within those natural forests that are still intact within the agroecosystems, we find these forest specialists. Within the agricultural matrix, the traditional agroforestry systems support most diverse species. I've mentioned that. And so it is important that we continue protecting the remaining primary forest, and this should be a priority in order to conserve those threatened species within the Taita Hills Forest. Yeah, and that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferista. I'm sorry for giving you the wrong name. There's somebody, Ferris Lee, who will be also doing a presentation later. I have been asked to stop there.
Yes, thank you. We just got word that key guest or prime guest is making their way here soon. So we'd like to give you an opportunity to break for lunch. I know there's a handful of presentations to be made, which we will allow to happen right after the closing ceremony. So the other breakout sessions, they have taken their break for lunch. It's going to be at Rose Dining, which is next to the drop-off point, but we have ushers who will point you there. And please make sure you carry your meal card, which you should have gotten as you were registering. If you don't have a meal card, please go to the registration desk at the back. They will give that to you. But for now, we'd like to give you an opportunity to have a health break. And the ladies and gents is on the right, this block right here, on the right of this Kiboko Hall. That's where we have the ladies and the gents. As you make your way to Rose Dining for lunch, make sure you have your meal card. And you might see us come to ask you to wrap up, but I think you'll have ample time to have lunch so that we can reconvene here in time for the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the rest of the team. And we'd want to be here in about 45 minutes. I think we can try that. Yeah, 45 minutes to make sure that we back here in good time to settle. Asanteni. And so please, if you may, we can continue to network as we line up, as we serve lunch, as we enjoy lunch. So if you can still hear my voice, it's just in the interest of time that we need to leave now, just to rearrange one or two things in the main hall, because this is where the opening ceremony is. So please make sure you have a meal card, head on to the Rose Dining, and make sure you come back in about 45 minutes. So that is by about 2:15, we should be back here. Tafadhal. So let's head on to Rose Dining with your meal card. If you don't have it, you get it at the registration desk. Asante.
Two. Hebu pandisha. Asante, two. Aha. Thank you. Cameraman, please kindly just come. Our Citizen TV. Kipchumba, where are you? Two. 1, 2. Two. Are you getting me? Are you getting me? Okay, sir. Two. Are you getting? Iko. Ambia Kipchumba test director. Two. Keep. Sound iko kwa hiyo kamera. Two. Aha. Limo. Iko. Two. Aha. Two. Asante. Two. 2. Ona, hakuna haja utoe. Sasa unajua hiyo cable ya kwenda kwa receiver itatoshea. Hata hizi cable za speaker zitatosha hapa chini. Jaribu uone haitatosha. Beba tu uone output ya speaker hiyo, cable za output hazitosha. Two. Kipchumba. Kama unanipata niambie basi. Iko chini. Ongeza auxiliary. Steve. Acha hiyo kuongezea hiyo, hebu shukisha hiyo. 2. Hebu ongezea Kipchumba sauti. Output yake iko ni hiyo Keep, ngoja kidogo. Keep. Kipchumba. Unanipata? Hebu sikiza sasa. Unanipata? Hakuna hata kidogo? Iko ham kubwa. Two. Iko ham. Kuna ham. Two. Iko ham iko sawa, clear. Ham iko kidogo. Asikiza. Hebu toa hiyo nini, toa hiyo national anthem hiyo jack. Na hapo bado kuna ham. Na hapo? Kwani imeenda wapi? Na hapo? Kubwa. Hebu toa hii jacket ya national anthem kwanza. Labda inaleta hamu. Na hapo? Hamu iko kidogo na sauti? Na anasema hamu.
Nafikiria Jack ndio. So, na hiyo hamu iko zaidi. Ina interfere na nini? Na speech. Hamu ina interfere. Ama ukiongea, mtu akiongea inapotea. Unasikia ukiongea bado iko, mtu akiongea bado iko. Aha. Sasa nataka tufanyaje sasa? Hebu hiyo wireless hiyo. Hiyo. Boss, leta hiyo mic nyingine. Che. Na hiyo? Che. Na hiyo? Hiyo? Che. Bado kuna hamu. Sauti hakuna? Ngoja kidogo. Hii iko. Na hii? Hii haina. Two. Iko, Kipchumba. Hebu sikiza kama bado hiyo hamu iko. Two. Aha. Alafu jamaa utapata splitter kwako. Iko? Hamu bado iko? Sauti? Hakuna hamu sasa? Okay, sawa. Hiyo iko? Hakuna sauti? Hii sauti iko kwa wapi? Na hapati hii sauti. Na hapo? Iko sasa? Okay, thank you. Shikilia hapo kwanza, Two. Nipatie hizi limo. Two. Iko? Sawa? Hiyo hamu imetoka? Na huku? Zote ziko sawa? Endo kule ugali. Two. Sasa limo, nataka tupime hii. Ndio tuone kama inatosha ama haitoshi.
Sound check 2 1 2 3 majaribio ya sauti clarity check.
Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check.
Sound check, check 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sound check, clarity check, alo sound check, 1, 2, 3, majaribio ya sauti, clarity check, check 2, check 3, sound 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sound check, confirm sound, clarity check, alo 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sound check, check 2, check 3, sound 1, 1, 2, 3, majaribio ya sauti, clarity check, check 2.
Afrika Mashariki. Nguvu yetu. Mungu nguvu yetu.
2, 2. Keep. Unasema kuna sauti? Ebu, hapo. 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. 2. Asante sana Dede. Limo nipatie sauti. Tunajaribu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Dede. Mkurugenzi mkuu wa masuala ya utabibu wa mitishamba, kwa sababu msitu na wanyama na ardhi, na yeye ndio mlinzi mkuu wa PCS, na yeye hutumia mitishamba kutoka kwa misitu zetu. Asante sana Ayubo. Ayubu tena hutumia mitishamba. Asante sana Boni Kimanzi, yeye atatumia mitishamba kwa kupoteza network. Asante sana Limo. Limo, hizi mic ziko tofauti. 2. Hii iko juu, iko chini. Sasa hii iko juu. I don't know which one is this one. Check tu hapo uone, kwa sababu Boni hutumia mitishamba kukoroga na Dede. Asante sana Ayubu, ako na mitishamba. Kama una nguvu za hapo imetoka. Ayubu bas zimekuja zote sawa. Mheshimiwa Ayubu atakupa mitishamba kama huna nguvu za hiyo iko chini. Aha, sawa, iko height. Asante. Hiyo height bado iko. Hiyo height. Kipchumba, unanipata? Kamera 2. Wapatie waone kama wanapata. Nataka sound yote itoke hapo. Ice iko sawa, hata ina feedback. Limo mpaka tu connect. Asante. Kipchumba, camera 2 confirm if they are getting sound. Camera 2. Na the other guys wanapata sauti? So tufanyaje? Sennheiser itafanya? Hiyo nini lapel? Sikiza huko kama iko. Keep na yako iko sawa? Asante sana Ayub. Tuma kwa 0721. Aha. Haunegi? Iko sawa? Iko sawa? Just want to confirm if it's Is it raining ama inanyesha? Okay, sawa. Kwenye wako tukua hall, kama unapata sauti, inua mkono wa kulia juu. Naomba, inua mkono wa kulia juu kama unapata sauti. Asante. Haya. Au tu tena tuinue mkono wa kiume juu. Inua mkono wa kiume juu kama unapata sauti. Highs. Aha. Asante. Asante sana, mbarikiwe. Iko? Iko? Sasa
Alo sound check.
hii ilikuwa ya nani?
Alo sound check. 5 4 3 2 1 sound check. Clarity check. Ukaguzi wa mitambo 1 2 3. Check 2 check 3 sound 1 5 4 3 2 1 sound check. Check. Sound check check 2 check 3 sound 1. Sound check check 2 5 4 3 2 1 sound check.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Asante.
My message today is one people, one nation. Tribalism is a very bad thing because it brings enmity and discrimination. Different races. We should be united as one because we are one blood and together we are one nation, one Kenya.
Umoja ni fahari yetu. lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, asiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi nyekundu ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakusushwa na risasi, hawakufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani. Kaskazini na kusini, naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya nyeupe amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kijani ni ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Red fourth chorus, Upper School.
Raisi wetu huru, tunakupongeza kwa kazi yako kubwa unayoifanyia hii nchi yetu Kenya. Na sisi wana Kenya, ni jukumu letu kufuata mawaidha yale tunayopewa na baba taifa. Na sisi wana Kenya, ni jukumu letu kufuata mawaidha yale tunayopewa na baba taifa. Umeongoza Kenya baba taifa, maendeleo mengi tumeyaona. Ongoza Kenya. Upendo wako baba kwa Kenya yetu, upendo wako baba kwa Afrika nzima, upendo wako baba kote duniani. Ongoza Kenya. Upendo wako baba kwa wafanyikazi, upendo wako kwa walinda usalama, upendo wako baba kwa wanashule, upendo wako baba kwa wakulima, upendo wako baba kwa wana michezo. Ongoza Kenya.
Our glory lies in unity, our strength in our accord. Hatred and disparity we cannot afford. Our task is incomplete if our souls and minds don't meet. If there's one in the multitude who does not share our attitude, to work, to dream, to live for Kenya only. Let my flag remind me of my sacred duty. Black for the people, green for the land, red for the price of freedom, and white for peace in Kenya. My pride, my strength, my joy, always will be Kenyan in pride and strength and joy. It makes no sense for us to die, to lose our costly soul, when blood was shed and tears were wept to gain our self-control. Our neighbors die in grief, having lacked in love's belief. Now the soil's contaminated with the blood of hatred. So I'll work, I'll dream, I'll live for Kenya only. Let my flag here for a moment, gone and soon. I swear here and now, there's not much I would not do to protect our peaceful unity, that we may live to see maturity and slave at grace adversity to preserve our homes' integrity. And we and mourn and pray for Kenya only.
Plaza Band, thank you for keeping us entertained. And as that continues, just for a few more minutes, because our guest of honor is about to join us in this Kiboko Hall, I'd just like to ask those who are still networking, if we can, please settle in to your place. Those who are outside, if you may, please, let's reconvene into Kiboko Hall. Remember, we want to settle in for the opening ceremony that we've had to kind of change and accommodate because of our guest of honor. So thank you for making it back in good time. I believe we've all had lunch and there will be tea afterwards. But please, if you may, those who can hear me and are outside, please come in, settle in. We would want for the guest of honor to find us having settled so that we can start and observe time, because there are some presentations in the breakaway session that we didn't quite cover. I think about 3 for each of the breakaway sessions. And we'd like to honor the time of the presenters and the moderators. So tafadhali, just make another announcement. Please settle down into the main hall, Kiboko Hall, so that we can be ready for the opening ceremony in the next few minutes. Asante, Latapaza Band. Thank you, Latapaz. As we continue, I'd just like to encourage, as we settle in, all our key partners, all the CEOs and the leaders of the public institutions represented here. We'd like to invite you to please come on and occupy these front 3rd and 4th row seats, please. If you know you're way at the back and you're comfortable being a backbencher, please, we'd like to encourage you to come and occupy the front 3rd and 4th row seats. I believe that's beige in color or brown, colorblind, forgive me, but please, all the CEOs and the leaders of public institutions, as well as representatives of public institutions and our key partners, please come up front and occupy the front third and fourth row seats so that we can allow as well for others who are filing in to comfortably and with least disruption just settle into the back chairs there as we await the start of the opening ceremony. Asante Latapaza Band.
Starting to look at the revolution.
Asante Sana Latapaza Band. Can you give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen, for the last 30 minutes or so? They have been entertaining us. And our guest of honor is here, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. He will be going through the exhibition area and then make his way here. So we will be calling on you to just rise as he makes his way here, but we'll do it in style. And Latapaza will help us. There's one or two words that maybe our visitors would want to know because it's what you would use in everyday language. Jambo, habari gani. So we'll teach you a song that you could sing as a greeting and invitation to our guest of honor. Sio la tapaza. Yes, inaitwa Jambo Jambo Bwana. I'm sure you've heard of it, and they will take us through it. But I'd also like to encourage and remind those who are the partners, and if, for instance, you're at the last row, please feel free to come and fill up the third and fourth row at the very front. Please feel free to do that. Let's not just stay way at the back. We don't want you to miss out on any of the action. We're encouraging you to please come and fill up the third and fourth front rows. Invitation earlier was to the partners, to the CEOs and the leaders of the public institutions. But please, feel free, if you want to come up here and be closer to the very front, I'd encourage you to please come. There's a gentleman right there in a very sharp suit, and a beautiful lady in navy blue that are helping me do that at the back. So please make your way up to the front. You won't be asked to speak. You won't be asked to dance. We won't embarrass you. So please don't be afraid of that. Please come up front. We'd like to start, but make sure that there's minimum movement or minimal movement once the guest of honor is here. So this is a time, and this is a last call to please encourage you. There's a gentleman way at the back who's urging you, tafadhal, karibu, njoo hapa karibu to the third and the front, third and fourth front rows. Please feel free, don't sit way at the back. I do understand some people joined us in the afternoon and perhaps didn't quite get a position that they would prefer or fancy. So please, let's sit way at the front. I see some people helping me do that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous moment, the launch of the first Wildlife Scientific Conference 2023, and also something that I would encourage us to do, even as we await the arrival of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, is to take a selfie. These days, you know, nothing has happened if it's not recorded on selfie. Forget the minutes. Selfie is what confirms that something has happened. So as the MC, I'll take this selfie with you. You can smile. You can smile. And I have the selfie, and I'll encourage you to post it on whatever social platforms or share it with someone who's not here and tell them that you are at the first Wildlife Scientific Conference, which is being hosted by the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, our hosts today and for the next 2 days. And we've set off with some of the sessions in the morning. And I'll encourage us to also stay on after the official opening, because how it will run is we will have the remarks by the director of the Wildlife Research Training Institute, the chair, the CS, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. They will then make a speech. We'll have a gift for the CS and the Prime Cabinet Secretary, then a photo op at the very back, and then we can continue with the breakout sessions. I see Dr. Festus is here, Dr. Fred is here, and Bona Bernard, who are moderating the sessions in the morning, and they're still ready to go through the 3 or so remaining presentations that were still pending after the official opening. So thank you for those who have heeded the call to come up front. You might be in the newspaper tomorrow because this is where there'll be photographs taken, so look out for that. But yes, thank you for those who've agreed to sit at the front. Please, for those others who are at the back, feel free. Don't feel in any way coerced. It's just a polite request because there might be people joining us later as this continues, and we wouldn't want any disruption at the very front. We just want you to settle here at the front. Asante for those who have agreed to the call. Leshan, asante sana. The man in charge of the setup here also asking us to occupy, there's 3 seats at the very corner, left corner here on the 3rd row. Asanteni nyote. Kuna mbili zingine hapa? Yes, we'll keep asking you to do that. So, tunaweza fanya labda kitu karihasol hivi, ya vile utamlaki the Prime Cabinet Secretary, ili watu wao tayari when it actually happens.
So Latapaza Band will lead us in how we're going to welcome the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the CS as they make their way here. So take it over.
So let's practice something. As I sing, you need to answer me back. Hakuna matata. Can you repeat that? Hakuna matata. Hello?
Hakuna.
Are you there, guys? Kindly repeat after me. Hakuna matata. Again, hakuna matata. So when I say Kenya nzuri, you answer me. Hakuna matata. Kenya nzuri. Oh, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. You singers already. They're good.
They're good?
Yeah, they're good.
All right, okay. We can have some background music as they take a breather, but we've agreed. Once I ask us to all stand, let's do that together, sing as we invite him. I'm sure he'll join you in doing that because he's also a sport. So thank you for settling in. Thank you for those who've heeded the call to come up front. And we'll be having the opening ceremony start in a moment. Asante sana.
Sound check. Check.
One people, one nation. Tribalism is a very bad thing because it brings enmity and discrimination. Different races, we should be united as one because we are one blood and together we are one nation, one Kenya.
Umoja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndiyo nguvu. Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu. Asiwe hata moja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Nyeusi wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakusushwa na risasi, hawakufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Kijani ni ardhi, nyeupe amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni nyeupe amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kijani ni ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata. Jambo
kamera kama iko na sauti. 2 iko. Kamera 2 iko 2 Thank you. DJ. DJ. Two.
Umoja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani, hawakushtushwa na
2. Cheza, cheza. 2.
nia ya ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Check.
Got it. Yes, I can hear my voice.
We struggled hard. We have fought and cried to be who we are. Our forefathers have bled for us, so we can all be free to reach for the stars. And through the dark days, they held on to
The Make It Kenya campaign kind of like reflects what I want and what I saw in Kenya. I think that
we can be anything we want to. Smile 'cause you got to.
Twandebele means going forward. And it's important for Kenya because I feel like we are going so far and we have so much potential and there's so much beauty.
Wimbo huu uliimbwa historia, naomba msikize kwa makini. Ilikuwa Oktoba 52, watu wote tulisikia Kenyatta ameshikwa. Hakushikwa Kenyatta peke yake, lakini alishikwa na mabingwa wa uhuyu. Ilikuwa kilio nchini Kenya, watu wote tuliona huzuni mwingi sana. Wakina baba, kina mama na watoto wote walilia machozi wakisema woi, woi, tunataka Kenyatta achiliwe. Baba wa taifa alipotoka gerezani, aliwakuta jumbe wetu wametengana vibaya sana. Aliongoza wajumbe mpaka Ulaya, kufika huko alipigwa na mayai aliyooza. Mzee wetu wa kujali alishinda na kurudi na katiba ya nchi yetu hapa Kenya. Mzee wetu alituomba tusahau yaliyopita, badala yake tuijenge nchi yetu. Asante baba wetu, wengi we, asante baba wetu.
Bongo Venus, zunguka zunguzuka neni.
Kuja nami tuungane, twache kuzozana. Watu wa upendo, hauna dui, hauna kifani kaka.
It's pole pole, going slow, but still we're keeping time. We're facing forward, looking up, forgetting what's behind.
Twende Afrika heo,
2020, kuja nami, pande pande,
pande.
weongoza nikufuate, tiende. Kwete shule, zunguka zunguzuka neni.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's all be seated. But as we agreed, in the next 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, we will be inviting him in style as we had rehearsed. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like us all to rise as we appreciate the entry and arrival of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, who is the guest of honor today. Let's go.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Asante. Hakuna matata. Let's applause the band, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate them. And in that singing mode, let's still remain standing for the national anthem, the Kenyan national anthem, followed by the East African Community anthem. Asante sana. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. To the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Wanamsalia Mudavadi, it's good to see you after a long time. Last time I believe it was at NTV, before Vindu Vichenzanga, and we're happy to see you. And thank you. We do know you have a very busy schedule. We have been looking forward, and finally we can get to the opening ceremony of this first Wildlife Scientific Conference 2023, a momentous occasion. Our hosts are the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. We'd like to also acknowledge the presence of Honorable Penina Malonza, the Cabinet Secretary of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage. Last time tulikuwa nawe kule Porini. It's good to see you, ma'am. Karibu sana. Also another busy day. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of the chair of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Dr. Nkedianye, who's been with us since the early morning, and the director, Patrick Omondi, the KWS chair, as well as the board representatives and partners, CEOs and leaders of various public institutions, our delegates who are from various countries. I'd just like to acknowledge those who are here. We have the Tanzanians who have joined us on our Prime Cabinet Secretary. We have those from the US, from the UK, from Benin, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, South Africa, Burundi, the Netherlands, Germany, Spain, Rwanda, and of course, Sisi, the hosts, Upper Nairobi, Kenya, and the various counties represented. So we have a big and large delegation that are joined here, and we appreciate you coming for the opening ceremony. Without further ado, to our host, I'd like to call on the director of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute for quick opening remarks. He'll call on the chair will call on the CS will call on our Prime Cabinet Secretary for the opening ceremony. Karibu. Let's give him a hand.
Our chief guest this afternoon, the Prime Cabinet Secretary for the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, the Cabinet Secretary, Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, Honorable Penina Malonza, the Chair of the KWS Board, the Chair of the Wildlife Research and Training Institute Board, Dr. David Kadienyi, and the board of directors present here, the CEOs of government agencies, CEOs of various non-governmental organizations and international organizations present, the presenters that has made this day, good afternoon. Chief guest, we really thank you for creating time within your busy schedule to grace this very important milestone for the country. We are hosting the first scientific wildlife conference for a country that has done cutting-edge research over a long time, some of it over 50 years. We have scientists in this room that have worked on various species for over 50 years. I know I saw Cynthia Moss earlier on, and actually, Honorable Chief Guest, Cynthia knows elephants by name, all of them in Amboseli. And she's been tracking them for over 50 years. And one of the reasons the Institute management and the board prioritize bringing this conference, Chief Guest, was to make sure that the research that has been going on this country in the sector is brought together. You know, we bring it together. Earlier on this morning, we asked very difficult question why scientists talk to themselves and the policymakers and managers say we do not know what the scientists do. And the scientists do say that we don't know why managers and policymakers do not use our scientific findings. So, Chief Guest, this morning we agreed at the end of 3 days we have to come with an answer where science has to guide management and has to guide policy moving forward. We are so honored that you are here. I know you have a busy schedule, and I will not make many remarks. I will play our role. One of the roles we've been given is to establish a national wildlife data portal, His Excellency. Bring information together, the ones peer-reviewed and published, the ones in PhDs, and try and prepare policy briefs, and try and make management briefs, so that science can start guiding management and guiding policy, so that our biological resources, the biodiversity loss that is globally recognized is going on. We do research and we are losing it. We can reverse that decline. So we are excited, and we are excited with our government that now has profiled conservation and the issue of research. For the first time, we are having a prime cabinet secretary sitting with the scientists. Are we not happy? So with those many remarks, I have no words. Cabinet Secretary, you've offered us the leadership. We are doing our second year as a new research institute, having delinked from Kenya Wildlife Service. We now have 2 parastatals in the wildlife sector. We have management being done by Kenya Wildlife Service, focused on law enforcement, protection of the species, because you can't research if the species is not there, and making sure our parks are managed well and managed based on science. We'll be focused, and with many of these players now, making sure that management in national parks, in county reserves, and in community conservancies is guided by the best science. And I'm very happy that we have been able to poll over 300 people, Your Excellency, and they honored our call. And you have heard that we have a cross-section of experts from the Netherlands, Germany, everywhere. Tawiri, our sister institution in Tanzania, they are going to make their scenarios in this conference for the next 2 days. So it is my honor, with your permission, Chief Guest, to invite my chair, Dr. David Kedienyi, to take over the rest of the program. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omondi. Our chief guest, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, our CS, Honorable Penina Malonza, all protocols observed. I know we are short of time, and I'm also aware that there are so many activities ahead, even for our chief guests. So we will not take a lot of your time. I want to appreciate the fact that you could find this little time to come and open for us this conference. We are about 2 years old, like Dr. Mondi mentioned, and the Wildlife Research and Training Institute is set to put all this data together and to coordinate research in the wildlife sphere, and to make sure that we devise ways of sharing knowledge so that it can be converted to action. The world over, we have a problem. Sometimes there's too much knowledge in silos and it's not being shared with the consumers, the policymakers, so that it can be implemented on the ground. The existence of WRTI is to try and address that gap, to make sure that there is that connection, to bring the nexus between research and policymakers' implementation on the ground. Another issue I want to mention is that this country is endowed with a lot of wildlife, a lot of diversity. But if you look at the presentations we saw this morning and presentations we've been seeing over time now recently, is that our wildlife population numbers are going down. Our habitats are getting degraded. Our livelihoods are also in turmoil because we are not planning enough. Now we know that this wildlife is attracting a lot of tourists. They come in thousands to the Mara, they go to Amboseli, they go to Savo, they go to northern Kenya. If these numbers crash, we will have ourselves to blame, because God has given us all this wealth, all these resources. It is up to us to be good stewards, to make sure that we take care of what we have. And part of doing that is by doing good research and feeding that research into policy, and policymakers also making sure that it is actually implemented on the ground and we can see a turnaround. That is the nexus we want to encourage and we want to emphasize. As WRTI, we are ready to do that, and I want to thank our CS, Honorable Penina Malonza, because she has been at the forefront. She has been very supportive to WRTI, and we have made strides. Although we are just 2 years old, we've made a lot of strides. That is why we are already here now, only 2 years down the road, having the first Wildlife Scientific Conference, bringing together all these scientists from across the globe, and I'm sure in time to come it's going to get better. Our chief guest, we are so honored to have you, and we know you're very busy, and we don't take this for granted. I now want to stop there and to take this opportunity to invite our CS, the Honorable Penina Malonza, to come and address us. Karibu sana. Let's clap for her. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman WRTI, Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Chair of the Council of WRTI, Honorable Chair of KWS, other chairs who could be in our midst, the CEO of WRTI, and other CEOs, both from government and non-governmental organizations, honorable presenters, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's such a great moment for me to be honored to be in this meeting this afternoon. And those who know me, I love speaking from my heart. Allow me just to say 3 words and I will be done. Your Excellency, I don't know what gets on me when I come to WRTI, but mostly when I come around, I sometimes remember the Holy Book, the Bible. In the story of creation, I see God, after creating Adam and Eve, every evening going back to the garden to monitor and do little research. And I want to believe that research is as old as his in the Holy Book. It's therefore such a great honor and pride for me to hold this podium with you, Your Excellency, as our chief guest to officiate this great and first world-class scientific conference. And indeed, as the CEO has said, it is the first one in our country. Even though the Conservation and Management Act 2013, as well as the Wildlife Strategic Plan of 2022 to 2027 gives WRTI a mandate to organize conferences, it has never happened in this country. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the management of WRTI together with KWS for organizing this first conference in this country. It's also such a great milestone for us as a nation. I was here, Your Excellency, 2 months ago to yet crack another milestone in this country that has never happened, when we launched the National Wildlife Research Agenda, the first one in the country since the inception of my ministry. Your Excellency, again, it's only 2 weeks when we had Kenya hosted the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi. And we feel so much honored today to congregate nationalities of more than 25 countries, and we Kenyans, as we say, welcome home, Kenya, the cradle of mankind, where it all began. And if we go back to the cradle of man, really, it is research that has brought this nation to be known as cradle of mankind. And therefore, your efforts, honorable researchers, has led this nation to be honored in the world as a cradle of mankind, just because 6 million years ago, a researcher found it worthy to go down to the lonely villages of Turkana and dig deep and get the fossils of the first human man to have existed in the continent. I congratulate you. This conference would not have been held in another time, such as this. Just when Kenya has hosted the Africa Climate Summit, and just when WRTI has launched our first national wildlife research agenda. I want to concur with your theme, use of wildlife science for enhanced biodiversity conservation, improved livelihoods, and say that it reflects a relationship between science, policy, management, and livelihood. And more so, will provide us with solutions, as the chair of WRTI has just said, for us to close the gaps that exist between the information that we gather from research, the data, and the policy making, as well as management. But more so addressing the challenges that has encompassed us in the area of wildlife and biodiversity management. Your Excellency, WRTI is an institute playing a vital role in providing specialized training in the national resource management and tourism development. With a growing student population and plans for expanding its research and training infrastructure, the institute is poised of significant contributions to the wildlife conservation. Additionally, the institute is focused on addressing the loss of endangered species, strengthening natural resource governance, and promoting wildlife coexistence. Your Excellency, as I conclude, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, as well as thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and his deputy. You've been in front line, supporting us in every small aspect in this ministry. I remember it's just 2 months ago when I invited you within hours to come and officially open the African Hospitality Investment Conference in Radisson Blu, and you never said no. You came. Thank you very much. It's yet another day, and I am very aware of your day, where it began. At cabinet meeting, running with so many other forums to open today. Your Excellency, I can only say thank you very much for honoring us. When you honored our invitation, you did not just honor us, but you honored these great scientists. You honored the Republic of Kenya, and you honored the government of Kenya, as well as the hustlers of Kenya, as we navigate on transforming this country with better agenda. There is no better start or better agenda than research. With those few remarks, allow me to welcome His Excellency, our chief guest today, when we are upstanding to give his remarks and officially open this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. May I first of all thank Madam Waziri for being very bold and determined to get us to appreciate even more this whole area of conservation and wildlife and tourism. Thank you, Madam, and thank you for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, distinguished participants, I will make my remarks very short, but I'll give the remarks of the President of the Republic. He was destined to be here to officially open this conference, and he has had quite a schedule. So the moment he landed in Nairobi from New York, wherever we were summoned that we have to find our way here today to stand in for him. So the remarks I will make are his formal remarks. But I can only say that you know very well he's a scientist. Or if you didn't, maybe you're visiting us, but the president we have is a scientist, first and foremost. So in a way, you can imagine where his heart would lie when it comes to his interests. The example we have given matters of climate change, the agenda he's driving on matters decarbonization and so forth, until he has taken the lead role, literally, as the focal point on behalf of the African Union on matters of climate change, him hosting the conference that he hosted here, I can only tell the scientists in this room, this is your moment. Now that you have a president who is a scientist, try and push all the things that are critical about science so that you leverage on his position as the President of the Republic of Kenya. It's an opportunity that comes once in a while, and it has reached you as scientists that he is there and he's willing to engage and work with scientists and researchers on many issues. So if he came out well on the matters of climate change and science, it's just like the way fish would take to water. It would then start enjoying the water. So I'm sure he enjoys the scientific discourse very much. So now let me go to his remarks. I am very pleased to preside over the opening ceremony of this first Wildlife Scientific Conference organized by the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage through the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. May I congratulate the Institute, which was operationalized in July 2020 by delinking wildlife research and training functions, staff and assets from the Kenya Wildlife Service for organizing this conference in its third year of operating as an independent institution. This is a great milestone indeed. The establishment of the Institute through the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act in 2013 and its subsequent operationalization, albeit 7 years later, was informed by the need to provide coordinated wildlife research and comprehensive data to inform scientific-based solutions that inform policy decisions, management approaches, and create innovative wildlife-based products and services. It was therefore informed by the need to enhance capacity in wildlife conservation and management through training. The above needs and the conference theme of use of wildlife science for enhanced biodiversity, conservation, and improved livelihoods are in line with the bottom-up economic transformative agenda, BETA, of inclusive economic growth, equitable distribution of income, enhanced social security, and increased foreign exchange earnings from the wildlife resource. These are important steps towards Kenya's drive to greater prosperity. The conference that is bringing together local, regional, and international scientists, wildlife managers, policy and decision makers in the wildlife sectors, development and conservation partners, and other stakeholders will provide insights on a wide range of issues and challenges in the wildlife sector, including changes in wildlife population trends and dynamics, wildlife habitat restoration and connectivity, climate change mitigation and adaptability. Other challenges include human-wildlife coexistence and natural capital accounting systems and payment for ecosystem services for socioeconomic benefits, among others. In addition, it will act as a channel for disseminating information gathered internally and externally through wildlife research. I look forward to being appraised on the outcomes of the conference. I will expect to be informed how the outcomes will contribute in guiding policy development and decision-making to address the emerging needs and threats in wildlife conservation and management. I will also expect that the conference will inform measures the government can implement in order to enhance optimizing benefits from the wildlife resource to the Kenyan people in line with government's bottom-up economic transformative agenda. Wildlife resources, ladies and gentlemen, are key drivers of the tourism industry, which is the second largest foreign exchange earner for the country. I recognize the existing wildlife regulatory frameworks and policies the government has established in order to transform the wildlife sector, a key enabler in the achievement of the country's economic blueprint, the Vision 2030. Among these are the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act number 47 of 2013, Wildlife Policy Sessional Paper number 1 of 2020, the National Wildlife Strategy 2030, and various multilateral environmental agreements that the country has ratified. Whereas these legal frameworks and policies have served the country well, we are experiencing unprecedented challenges in the wildlife sector. These include habitat loss and degradation, loss of ecosystems, connectivity, climate change, human-wildlife conflicts, diseases and loss of genetic viability, poaching for trophies and bushmeat, infrastructural development, human encroachment into wildlife areas, among others. These challenges have resulted to significant declines in wildlife populations across the country. It will be important to re-examine our laws and policies and the extent to which they will serve us into the future. In this regard, I direct the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife and Heritage to submit a report to me in the next 1 month on a roadmap towards the enacted of a broader conservation policy and law with other relevant sectors. In addition, the Ministry should submit a report to my office in the same period on the relevance of the National Wildlife Strategy and the Wildlife Policy and whether their review is necessary. It is critical that the government harmonizes the existing policies and legal frameworks for them to be responsive to the needs of the wildlife sector and for improved service delivery to the Kenyan people. Ladies and gentlemen, the country recently hosted the first African Climate Change Summit that delved on the many challenges this phenomenon is causing to Kenya, the region, and Africa at large. Various interventions were recommended. In line with the National Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation Strategy, I urge the Ministry in a participatory approach involving key stakeholders to finalize and implement the National Wildlife Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation Strategy, and that I understand is in a draft format. Such a strategy is important in ensuring we take appropriate actions to safeguard our natural resources for posterity. The government's vision is to enhance wildlife conservation as part of a strong environmental foundation for achieving Kenya's sustainable development agenda. In line with the provisions in the Constitution, the government also envisages to engage all Kenyans in recognizing the value of our wildlife and embracing their role in its conservation through appropriate collaborative initiatives. The government also recognizes the need for evidence-based decision-making and emphasizes the importance of knowledge, information, and human capital for successful conservation. It also calls for decision support tools for adaptive management and promotes data sharing, use, and integrated cross-sectoral and multi-scale planning for conservation and sustainable development. To this end, the Institute is expected to enhance knowledge through research on the status of the country's wildlife and their potential to facilitate optimize benefits and provide quality and comprehensive wildlife data and information to inform policy formulation. The government therefore, has a lot of expectation that the Institute shall coordinate and undertake relevant research that will guide the wildlife conservation sector. We expect to get innovative approaches to addressing the myriad challenges, including issues of wildlife corridors and ecosystems connectivity. We also expect that the collaborative with other relevant government ministries, the Institute shall contribute to tapping from the blue economy and carbon financing in protected areas, among others. I recognize that as a new institution that is still in its infancy, you may not have all the relevant research and training infrastructure, sufficient funding, and expertise. The Cabinet Secretary is directed to work with relevant ministries and departments in government to ensure the Institute is well-resourced to fulfill the important mandate that has been bestowed onto it by the Kenyan people. Despite the challenges in the wildlife sector, several achievements have been recorded over the years. This includes stabilizing the elephant and the black rhino populations, following unprecedented levels of poaching in the 1970s through to the 1990s. These species have recorded significant growth in the past years, and mortalities from poaching reduced significantly. In addition, several initiatives have secured key wildlife dispersal areas and migratory corridors, particularly through establishment of community conservancies, while the wildlife-dependent tourism industry continues to bring in the much-needed foreign exchange. However, we must remain vigilant to ensure the gains are sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you very fruitful engagements in the next 3 days. For participants from outside the country, please spare time to enjoy the beautiful scenery, visit wildlife protected areas around the country, and take time to enjoy the hospitality of the Kenyan people. Thank you. Now, that was His Excellency's speech, so I cannot edit it, I cannot alter it, I cannot tweak it, but let me convey his best wishes so that you can have very, very fruitful discussions in this very sensitive and important line. We want to really rely on you, the data, the information you have. Help us to guide so that we can have the ability to see the logic and the reason to assign more resources to the areas that you cover. Because remember, there's always the competition. Competing efforts, competing demands from other sectors, and sometimes it depends on how strong you make the case. So it is absolutely important as researchers, as scientists, you make a very strong case so that we can get our act right in every step that we take. So good luck, and karibu Kenya wakati mwingine, for those who are not resident here, and for those who are here, thank you for doing a very good job over the years. We shall demand more. You remember there's Oliver Twist. He would always say, thank you, but I think I need some more. So as much as you as scientists have been doing a very good job, and we appreciate and we say thank you, we say we still need even more. We need even more of your knowledge so that we can do a better job. Thank you, and God bless you.
Asante sana, Bwana Prime Cabinet Secretary. If you may stay with us on stage, tafadhali Bwana Prime Cabinet Secretary, because I have a gift for you. There's a gift to be given to you on stage. Just really quick, we just want to present you with a gift. Tafadhali, if you could join us, and to the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Penina Malonza, to also join us on stage. There's a gift for each of you, yes, the chair will award these. There's one for Honorable Penina Malonza and one for the Prime Cabinet Secretary. The chair is shaking it to check the weight. Yeah, we see kuna shuka. Yes, yes. I don't think we'll see what else is there, but we have the report. Yes. Asante sana. Let's give a hand as the Prime Cabinet Secretary receives his gift. And the photo op there, of course, that they would also like to receive the gift, and also to Madam Penina Malonza, who gets her gift as a Cabinet Secretary. Na nimesikia ripoti inahitajika in 1 month's time, so there's another one to be made very soon. Asanteni sana. And I've been calling on the ladies and gentlemen here to just take a moment and appreciate that we are here. Sasa watu wanisikizi, kwa vile mnisikizi mimi nitafanya. Kama MC, I'm going to take a selfie. It's very few occasions that you get to be next to the Prime Cabinet Secretary and a Cabinet Secretary. So hiyo hapo, imagine you're in this. So take a selfie as well, please, as he's on stage, so you can still have him on frame. Thank you to Bwana Prime Cabinet Secretary for joining us, and for the official opening of the first Wildlife Scientific Conference that has been hosted here, and we'll be continuing for the second and last day. We have a special message to the rest of the delegates, and I believe the director will be here to give us a word, but we want to also record this outside, and with an opportunity, a photo op with the rest that are here. So I will ask that the director and the chair, director just give us a quick message here, and the director will then lead them to the photo opportunity, which will include just a few that will be naming them in the next few minutes. Asante.
Thank you. I think as the chief guest leaves, will it be good to have a tea break, then come back and agree on how we proceed with the rest of the day when we start tomorrow, and so that we can cover up on the presentations. So maybe how many minutes? Is 20 minutes okay? 30 minutes? 20? Then we come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we will deliberate on how things work out for tomorrow. We'll give you the communication, and we'll have consensus with everyone on whether to start early tomorrow, so we can accommodate the presentations that did not take place fully in the afternoon. Enjoy the tea break.
Toddy, what shall we do? Sinzinjan,
What shall we do?
what shall we do? Sinzinjan,
What shall we do?
oh Toddy, what shall we do? Sinzinjan,
What shall we do?
zvinarwadza sei kurera rufumu maoko? Zvinorwadza sei kuchengeta rufumu maoko? Vazvababata pamureri pasina raramo. Vazvapatumbuka pamureri pasina raramo. Yeah, Toddy, what shall we do? Tony, what shall we do?
What shall we do?
Zvinorwadza sei kupfinywa newaugere naye. Zvinorwadza sei kupfinywa neakabvisa pfuma. Achiziva unawo utachiwana. Ende uchiziva unawo utachiwana. Oh, Tony, what shall we do?
What shall we do?
Oh, Tony, what shall we do?
What shall we do?
Yeah, Tony, what shall we do?
What shall we do?
Seri kwekuva hakuna muna matovarume tapererwa. Tondipai mazano. Seri kwekuva hakuna muteuro mambo tapererwa. Tondipai mazano. Seri kwekuva hakuna muteuro mambo tapererwa. Tondipai mazano. Seri kwekuva hakuna muna matovarume tapererwa. Tondipai mazano. Seri kwekuva hakuna muteuro mambo tapererwa. Tondipai mazano. Ah, Tony, what shall we do?
What shall we do?
What's up, Friday? Hey, Friday! Ziyapuruma namhlanje.
Madame, upumkomboti.
I work hard every day to make my career. Wake up early
If you want to hear the story, you come to me. When you
Ulindlela bema mkopozi yemnyana wami elele uyahlala namhla ulindlela bela manya uba nomoya nyana wami uthathile sengingazi yombona umakoti unyana wami ewujongile mahatele usezosele uzemshadwe nathathisa namhlanje bebesithi unyana wami liso bebesithi angeke athathe kulindlela
Hello. Communicate in English easily. Use Grammarly and feel confident with effective communication. Grammarly's instant corrections make your writing high quality.
Sulis. Ah! No mabego tuga, ata ukesi. Give me a little fella, fella, how about you? Hey, yeah.
kwa makini. Ilikuwa Oktoba 52, watu wote tulisikia Kenyatta ameshikwa. Hakushikwa Kenyatta peke yake, lakini alishikwa na mabingwa wa huyu. Ilikuwa kilio nchini Kenya, watu wote tuliona huzuni mwingi sana. Wakina baba, kina mama na watoto wote walilia wanalia machozi wakisema uoi, 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 tunataka Kenyatta achiliwe. Baba wa taifa alipotoka gerezani aliwakuta jumbe wetu wametengana vibaya sana. Aliongoza wajumbe mpaka Ulaya, kufika huko alipigwa na mayai aliyooza. Mzee wetu wa kujali alishinda na kurudi na katiba ya nchi yetu hapa Kenya. Mzee wetu alituomba tusahau yaliyopita, badala yake tuitenge nchi yetu. Asante baba wetu, wengi we, asante baba wetu.
Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu, ananipenda leo kuliko jana. Baraka zake hazikuishi, si kama binadamu abadilikie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana. Sina kuomba Mungu uwasamehe, wangalijua jinsi unavyonipenda mimi wasingenisema. Na maadui wangu ninawaombe maisha marefu, wazidi kukuona ukinibariki. Ujue binadamu ni watu wa ajabu sana, walimukana Yesu mara 3 kabla jogo kuwika. Ujue binadamu ni watu wa ajabu sana, walimsulubisha Yesu Masia bila kusita. Oh, na Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu, ananipenda leo kuliko jana. Baraka zake hazikuishi, si kama binadamu abadilikie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana.
Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea.
Amen.
Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea. Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea. Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea. Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona
ananipenda leo kuliko jana, baraka zake hazikuishi, si kama binadamu abadilikie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo mimi kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo mimi kuliko jana.
Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utanondolea. Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utanondolea.
Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana, baraka zake hazikuishi, si kama binadamu abadilikie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana.
Meet Wadi, the tool that's revolutionizing the way businesses use WhatsApp.
Sijui kantaona kesho, gani ngali na uwezo wa kuifanya, nitaifanya hadi mwisho. Mwambieni huyo devil, simogopi shetani, sagodi yuko nami hadi kifo. Kantaona kesho, ipe nguvu na uwezo wa kijana na akili za mzee. Daima niwe imara, wasiniangushe. Naona saa kila siku ni zawadi toka Maulana, so haja gani ushike tamaa mama, majaribu ishaoea. Nataka maadui zangu watashikana na zao njama, siwaogopi na simama mama, ya kiama yao yacha. Yendo pesi nasonga naye, wanashangaa kuna stress na kuanga naye. Naishi sawa sina kesi mahakamani, au deni za majirani, niko fresh nje na ndani. Oh yeah. Ogopa Mungu pekee, wanadamu kija kumtafash, naomba Mungu mtetee. Maneno yao yasiniumize, mfanye sugu wewe. Wakitrai kumtisha, naomba nisitetemeke. So I don't fear nobody but you. I know you love me, know you love me, baby. Nisitetemeke. So I don't fear nobody but you. I know you love me, know you love me, baby. Nisitetemeke. Siamini jodu vile naishi life ni ngumu kuamini hisi ndoto. Sijui kesho vile itakaa, kwa hivyo leo nitaifanya kaa kidogo wairidhishi roho. Yani sana, tena sana, hata wale wananitukia wananiheshimu brami si kidogo. Si baba hiki nikisikia mkiongea nazidi kuwapa mingi kisogo. Na kama saa sisimami, sitaki life niache matani mtani. Mwenyezi mchungie familia yangu na pia za wale wote sauti yangu wanaisikia. Tupe afya nzuri na maisha matamu, barabara zetu zinyooke, waone mfalme ni wewe. Wakupewa shangwe ni wewe, wakupewa shangwe ni wewe. Hey! Na ogopa Mungu pekee, wanadamu kija kumtafash, naomba Mungu mtetee. Maneno yao yasiniumize, mfanye sugu wewe. Wakitrai kumtisha, naomba nisitetemeke. So I don't fear nobody but you. I know you love me, know you love me, baby. Nisitetemeke. I know you love me, know you love me, baby. So I don't fear nobody but you. I know you love me, know you love me, baby. Nisitetemeke. I pray me and my people, we never die. Say we live forever, and forever we multiply. And wherever we go, nini waneza nisho, takasi na kitu. Uko na mimi kila siku, wewe pekee. Na ogopa Mungu pekee, wanadamu kija kumtafash, naomba Mungu mtetee. Maneno ya
Shaddai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
He's an awesome God. Amenipa such an awesome song, and I'm never lonely. Amenipa such an awesome love. He's an awesome God, and I wanna tell it to the world. Ili wajue ni wewe, kama si wewe basi nani?
Asikia landlodi ako kwa njia anataka kodi, ni wewe utaprovide. Na nina ngori moyoni zinanijaza wori, ila nitakuwa fine.
El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
Every day is an awesome day. Na vile unanibariki hata mimi sielewi. And every day you come through in an awesome way. Kwenye dhiki nimepata rafiki wa kweli.
Na kuna kaloni mahali kananijaza wori, ni wewe utaprovide. Nina mahari natamani kulipia mpenzi, sote tutakuwa fine. Na madaktari wanasema hali siyo hali, wewe unajua time. Na hisi nguvu zako kwangu, I will call you El Shaddai.
El Shaddai,
El Shaddai,
uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
Dear Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I know I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
Can't go? Do this. Fiber helps you poop, right? Nope. What about drinking lots of water?
Chosen generation,
We've been called for to show His excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm working in power, I'm working miracles, I live a life of favor, for I know who I am. I'm working in power, I'm working miracles, I live a life of favor, for I know who I am. Hey. Hey. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. Yeah. All I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm working in power, I'm working miracles, I live a life of labor, for I know who I am. I'm working in power, I'm working miracles, I live a life of favor, for I know who I am. Everybody shout I know who I am. Lift your voice, shout I know who I am. Wave your hands, shout I know who I am. What are you? I am holy. Come on. I am righteous. Oh, I'm walking in power, I'm walking miracles, I live a life of favor, for I know who I am. I'm walking in power, I'm walking miracles, I live a life of favor, for I know who I am. Take a look at me, I'm a wonder. It doesn't matter what you see now. Can you see His glory? For I know who I am. Take a look at me, I'm a wonder. It doesn't matter what you see now. Can you see His glory? Say I know who I am. Lift your voice, shout I know who I am. How many of you know who you are? Come on. Come on. Let the world know who you are.
This is how to get fit.
This is a metabolism.
You are here, moving in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, moving in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. Hey, waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are here, touching